Live. I think you're live.
Yeah.
You do a to Miss Morgan, my guest.
Shalom and good day. This is Tehillim29 here in Australia, and I've also been invited to join the discussion.
Yep.
And now for you, Pika.
Yes, I'm Picaches. I have also been invited to this Young Justice spoiler-free podcast, and
Part
we're
2.
part two, carrying on from last week.
Yep. If you're probably wondering, Kevin, why are you doing part 2? I find you actually like doing part 2. Here's the thing. Normally I don't like doing spoiler part 2 because I think they're kind of playing it with their time. But due to me interrupted after last week from my family, I said, screw it, I did make a part 2 instead. So, there's a 3 right now because, well, what am I going to have to can be babysitting? And, well, my other brother wanted to be home to Lee. I think he'll probably join us, hopefully. So, yeah, it's just 3 of us right now. Don't worry, hoping they're going to be joining you soon. Hopefully. So, we should pick a left off. Anyways, what's this like? So, where did we left off?
We were somewhere in between the Sentinels of Magic arc with the child and the Atlantis arc with the King Atlan.
Yes. The child arc. Okay, if I remember correctly, the child, we got like Zatanna, Mary Marvel, and the rest of the Magic Crew in charge to get a child. And they succeed. Well, they don't succeed, and the Mary Marvel, right for the way that they from the rest of the crew. Which is kind of messed up when she not dumbass, she to join Andy, it's outside, and left the clan. Guys? Any thoughts on Magic Arc? Because I'm going to start you.
I think Pika is checking through the arc.
Yeah, I also have the wiki open on my second monitor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That old animal shelter. Which part of it is we were talking about? The married part about the child being exercised part, or the Dr. Fate being given?
I think they're doing the Mary Marvel stuff.
Mary Marvel stuff.
Yeah, when she's draining all the way forward, then want to be power is when she's outside. With Charlie would more Mars than the Clay. Clay went insane, but Charlie did more insane or crazy. I'll tell you what you think.
Not a lot at the moment.
Yeah.
So this is working back again in relation to the Atlantis arc, or have we just?
Well, the right all does connect to Magic Arc does connect to
okay, Mary part.
Or
not very much sure about how to how to describe the Mary's part in this. She was with with Zatanna and Tracy 13 and Khalid were in finding the child, and that how much did that end up being? Well, what does it say here in the wiki? Mary was very upset not to be included in the Dr. Fate's host plan, viewing it as punishment. Zatanna explained that Mary was drawn to power and thought too much like Naboo. Fate was drawn to the argument, forcing Zatanna to explain her proposal to him. Fate was open to the idea, but Mary was furious. Zatanna offered to work with her more, but Mary demanded to be sent home.
Yes, and this we activated the great goodness manipulate her to power, and then
only 15 minutes after that, according to the time codes. Here, Mary cried outside a phone booth as she heard the voice of Granny Goodness. Goodness told her that her friends were jealous of her and denied her power to make themselves appear greater. Tempted Mary to say the word, and she whispered Shazam was among those considered possible reservists. And after succumbing to temptation, Mary joined Granny's Furies, taking the name Black Mary.
That the end of the season.
So I was reading through the wiki.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Where's that? Can worms and
yeah. How many times can Mary Marvel be tempted to the dark to join the bad guys?
She technically turned to the dark side like only once. Well, my dad.
Or twice during the countdown. Did it made it happen twice?
The final fight, they were just so bad. Which, that story was crap. But hang on, what's she can find it?
It was that one part when she was given the Black Adam's powers.
Yeah.
Then she went from place to place in trying to find her place there, and wasn't it something? I remember the Link horror review from many years ago where pretty much it happened.
It happened twice.
Didn't Grant Morrison say something to DC about not using Mary or any of the new gods because what Han wanted to do in Final Crisis, where Mary was also going to be one of the bad guys?
Yeah, but she was possessed by the Sod.
Yes. So the editorial decided to fuck that up too.
Well, no, not Grant Morrison. No, Countdown to Final Crisis.
Not Grant Morrison, but the DC editorial.
Yeah,
with the entire countdown fuck up.
Yeah, Countdown fucking me up. Well, Grant Morrison ignore Countdown. Grant Morrison ignore Countdown anyway, so fuck it. Like you got put in my service, I'm gonna ignore your bullshit.
Yeah.
What's the reason? Because Countdown was crap anyway, so fuck it.
Yeah, Grant Morrison got do the thing, and the editors just did the thing. Yeah. Or was it Dan DiDio who did the thing?
It was Dan DiDio. Dan DiDio wanted to do Countdown to Final Crisis because he got job 52 with success.
How did that guy manage to hold on to his job until he got fired?
I have no idea.
I think a lot of people who enjoy following DC Comics probably have that same question.
Yeah.
Though you wouldn't quite think that he'd be the one running that section of sort of like that would be more of a Warner Brothers side of thing, not so DC. So it would have to probably come down to who was in charge at Warner Brothers at the time that let that go through.
Yeah, I went in that well, but honestly, it's kind of a mess. It's the more you know what? If I have a countdown, it would drive me insane. But then countdown fucker with a quarter fucker made no sense. And let's say about that the better. However, that being said, I thought I did turn the evil down. Did turn the evil makes more sense because Grant get him in the brain Marvel, and I'm going to go to the current scene 5. I'm not sure what that was gonna feel, but we'll get away with it. But anyways, I found Magic it was a cool arc. I kinda like the Magic arc in the story. And I made sure they for the future of more medicated. Hey, but we got Edgar on the show, I'm happy. So who knows?
So when are they gonna bring Ragman into the series?
Good question.
Like he's a good character. And I think if they were to bring the character in, it would have to be
how there are some magical characters, and isn't the Ragman basically was he the Shadow Pact?
Yeah, I think one Shadow Pact. Oh, Bring Constantine in. I want Constantine.
I think if he was on the series, it would probably blow up.
True.
Yeah,
I mean, it would
how many
probably
times has
blow up.
Constantine been done? Pretty much. They had the NBC series, or was it CB, and then he was integrated into the Arrowverse, and then he was pretty much everywhere. So
yeah, so
bringing him is gonna be tough in not making him come across as overused.
Yeah, and that's a very fair point, Pika. That you don't want to overuse a character in a universe. In other words, you still need to give them time to breathe.
Yeah.
Like before they are actually brought in. So this is why I mentioned, when are they going to bring in Ragman? I'd love to see this character make an appearance. Like
Wait,
even if
try screen sharing it. Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
this was the first time I saw Ragman.
Nice.
Some story from the 80s in this very old collection of old stories.
Personally, I hope they bring out a bit of an omnibus on this character, because I'd love to see an omnibus.
Yeah. Hang on.
I'll see if I can find a good picture.
Okay.
All right. All right.
I found some picture, but maybe you can find one better.
Yep.
Right. All right. Try on screen sharing. Oh. Yep. Got it.
There's one there with him actually protecting someone in the hood.
Nice. Try to move.
There was one that came out. This one that came out, I think it was in 2016. Really good run, actually, and I think the way they executed it, it set things up for like a really good story. Like if you were going to do a character with PTSD, and it sort of like shows his connection to not only to the rags, but also his own PTSD in connection to the war, and how he also comes to peace with that. You also get an appearance of Batwoman, Kate Kane, who shows up, and I really enjoyed that. Now, if they wanted to bring in something to sort of like address that issue in the Young Justice series, I think it was the 2016 one would actually help them execute that. But the ones a bit before that, though, they don't quite actually cover it on that way. If anything, it's more so covers a little bit more around his origin. Of how he came about in like one of the ones before this one. And it comes down to how they want to do it first. They might want to go something, say, the PTSD route in regards to war first, say, connecting to some of the characters' past, and then later on bringing his origin story.
Yep. Ready to do that.
And it would really be nice to see Ragman in the Young Justice series. On top of that, the character of Rory is also Jewish. But that's neither here or there. Just make sure you've got someone that's able to execute the story well in the series. And like a lot of that other stuff is secondary. So don't bring the secondary to the forefront first. Just keep to the main stuff and then bring in the secondary afterwards.
I think they're always going to do that anyway.
And it's just a series really worth checking out.
Yeah.
And
maybe later.
when they do, or should they start to bring the character in, I would definitely want to check out the season that he shows up. Like, even if you have him interact with, say, one of the Young Justice members, it could even be Tim Drake or Nightwing.
Yeah. One character I do want to show out a young game I'm aiming for is this character.
Or they could even
Raven.
have, or they could even have him up against Red Hood.
Something that Young Justice has actually been doing pretty much too much is that they have not actually acknowledged the Teen Titans at all.
Well, they have Cyborg, they have Beast Boy.
Yeah, Cyborg and Beast Boy, yeah, but no Starfire, no Raven, no.
Not yet.
The only Wonder, they don't know Donna Troy's Wonder Girl.
Oh, they did Donna Troy in season 3. She did show up in that season, and show in season 4.
Is she?
Yeah, she showed in season 3.
Stupid ads.
Yep. See?
Troya.
Season 3.
Oh, okay, yeah, that version.
Yep. She'll be in season 3.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but
we have something that remember on the show.
Teen Titans has not been very much acknowledged. Pretty much every young hero team has been basically being cannibalized into the Young Justice team.
Yes. Me we're only making 2 teams members left. We mean Raven Starfire. My hope when you ever seen 5 with you guys Raven Starfire was pretty cool. And how we do guys here in the future. So anyway, since we're going, we should probably go with the Atlantis Arc. Yeah, okay. It was a good arc. I like the arc, and I made sure for the feature of the show for the Magic Arc, and there was some more Magic characters. But until then, let's get to the Atlantis Arc. Peter, you go first.
So the Atlantis Arc started with first we had Artemis being told that Connor could be alive because Satana had seen him in the Phantom Zone or in a window to Phantom Zone, and then we jumped right over into the Atlantis, and this is where they had the conference of delegates about who is going to be king.
Yep. Also, Ocean Magic shows up.
Ooh. Didn't he also show up in I think season 2, wasn't it?
He be in season 1. He did not be in season 2.
Oh, okay. So
he was pretty much replaced with Black Manta in season 2.
Oh, that's
a tying comic. But then in season 3 he showed up and then he got head chopped up. Because he just killed all the super kids. Including John. But then She-Ra stopped them and killed them. Literally. It was very insane, very dark. And then now he's alive in this arc. You're probably wondering how he's alive. Cloning, baby! Yep, clones.
Yep, cloning.
From the light. Yeah.
It's the cloning part is also pretty much, and that was somewhat well established when they had that he had implanted memories that didn't match with what Aquaman had.
With that, go to point by Venom Savage.
Did they go to Cadmus Labs again?
my best get Ben probably use Cadmus.
Not so much with the Cadmus, but we had some flashbacks of his memories coming back about.
Says the coin Ocean Master. It's one of the real Master is, well, we'll get to that. We'll get that later. But speaking of, okay, it was that video. We already got that video of Aqualad been trying to deal with the grief of Connor's death, and not even talking in front of me about what happened to Connor. Yeah, it's a very sad scene.
So how was Caldor taking it?
Not great. Well, Peter, what do you think?
Pretty much they got with most of the stages of first on denial and pushing it aside.
Yep.
No, they also brought back the Tula and Wally parts, and
Yep.
the thing that they are okay and not okay about.
Yeah. Because
Uh-huh.
now into the Carter, that
Yeah.
I had to give it to a team leader and now the total jerk, even though I know that wrong. And it makes sense because season 3 he did have to wait out the team at the doom at the end of scene 2. Because after Wally died, he gave at the team at the to Aquaman, which led to him becoming Aquaman scene 3. Because Arthur, aka real Aquaman, decided to become butter, which makes sense, and become king. Which said that it's obviously in 4, which at least coincide with the magic arc, with the whole fire tornado.
So who was Caldor actually getting support from, like within the own kingdom of Atlantis? Like outside of, say, the members of Young Justice being Nightwing, whoever else that might have turned up, who from his own group was actually there supporting him? Was Mira there? Was Arthur Curry there?
Yeah,
Who was
Arthur,
help supporting through this process?
Mila, Arthur, and oh yeah, his boyfriend, yeah.
Mm,
I forget what his
some
boyfriend's name is. I don't
guy
remember.
who I don't know who it was. Pretty much I think they turned him. He got him a boyfriend mostly because the comic book character that was created at the same time or concurrently happens to be a gay character, so they decided to
Jackson Hyde.
yeah, Jackson Hyde. So because Jackson Hyde happens to be a gay character, they decided to turn Calderon into a gay character.
Would make sense, and I'm actually fine with that because I think it felt okay, not forced.
For the story, what was executed in the Rebirth, it was actually pretty good.
Yeah, it was. It was actually
in the Teen Titans when he was actually introduced. Under
he kind of went into basically in Bryce Day. Yeah, look at what happened. We booted him, and then yeah, we could bullshit him. We could execute. We could. I hate to do that bullshit. Like, because, for fuck's sake. But anyway, that's not what I'm gonna do. But yeah, he Bryce Day. Then the video I was never gonna bullshit him, but then came out Rebirth in that one shot, which was fantastic. And then Rock and Savvy in Teen Titans. That was a great story.
Okay, now to cover something of somewhat an opposite side, were there anyone like from within the group, whether within Atlantis or maybe even connected outside, like within Young Justice, that were a little bit antagonizing towards him?
No.
No, okay, that's good.
Pretty much no one.
Yeah.
It's just a question that I feel needs to be asked, because you do get the rare people that do try to antagonize you, like when you are trying to deal with grief. It's sort of like, don't worry about it, buddy. You know, sort of like that idea is to sort of like try to push it away, like it's not their thing, or it's not their place there to help you. So they're sort of like there to be the opposite or to mirror or the mirror opposite of what they're actually meant to be there for. They're not like there to support. They're just there to say, "Come on, move along, do this stuff or whatever else."
Yep. Well, speaking at the kid, I think that support him. We also got at another reason that are established, a Goon Boy and some other alien. They are the other when a weird put not Aqua, no. Goon Boy got married was another alien. I forget the lady's name. She got pregnant with a child with another one. It's kind of protonical, is it? With the Goomba and that one. It's weird, but whatever.
Yeah, Lagoon Boy is from season 1, isn't he? If I remember.
Well, no, he's been season 2.
And season 2. Okay.
Yeah, he was because Superboy and Miss Martian broke up between seasons, and then she was with Lagoon Boy, and then because they needed to have some kind of drama for the season, they had her break up with Lagoon Boy just to go back with Connor.
Which makes sense. And but they're gonna after proposed to her in season 3, it was great, and season 1 they got married, but then the marriage got destroyed and to Warzard. Jerk. Nah. We got to be sad depressing. But oh yeah, speaking of the Randall, we ought to get stabbing and dealing with besides Ocean Master showing up. We ought to get another mysterious guy showing up. Who is the mysterious stranger about that? It's
Ariel.
There's son.
Son.
Yeah, Van Savage son showed up.
Yeah.
Owen, I think. I forget the guy's name. He was the former king of Atlantis. Oh,
Arian clone. Yes.
Hello, Jeremy.
Arian.
What is going on, Jen?
The show?
What?
Jared.
So, I've been doing a lot of thinking on Young Justice, and so one of the things that I felt was really hilarious is immediately how they expect us to believe that they killed Superboy. I'm watching this and I'm like, no. Same thing. But I love where Nightwing dies and then he's like, oh yeah, Batman told me to stop my own heart. I'm like, of course it's Batman. It's another example of when they go, because I'm Batman. So I'm like, all right. But I did like, okay, so I did not expect to see Razor the Red Lantern show.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, because I had just watched like a significant part of that show. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting. A same voice actor saying, apparently the show happened because he goes, tell Hal I said hi. So I'm like,
yep. That made me
so happy. It's not actually enough to say that what is it being the same voice actor, because it's the same voice actor who voiced Wally.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's like, as a fan of Green Lantern, I'm like, oh yes, give me more.
Yeah, like I'm sorry about it, because holy shit, I can't wait to fan of that show. I was super happy to see him back at the end of the show, because God damn, we have not seen this kid in anything for a decade. But he's not showing in the comics, nothing. Which, that's odd. You think a perfect guy later would show him in the comics. Why didn't they not show him in Aya? What the hell, DC? That's money on the post.
Of course, and DC's known for throwing away money. But besides that, speaking of Green,
as well as characters,
if you look at the current, if you know my channel, you know I definitely call out DC a lot. But anyway, but speaking of Green Lanterns, my favorite part of the whole season, as a matter of fact, is when Tomar Ray sacrifices himself to save the plane. He's like, I'm not losing it, because Krypton was his sector. He's like, I'm not losing another planet. And I was like, yes.
Yep, they're badass. I love that part. Lock it's pretty cool. And in fact, my favorite part is next to see my boy John Damon when he hadn't seen Superman.
Yes.
Speaking of Superman Barry, I do want to talk when we get to the final arc. but we were at the arc later. But speaking of arc, we were talking about the arc. Actually, we were basically talking about the whole Venom's having his son. Yeah, but that son showed up in this arc. Okay, the failed king of Atlantis, who got crushed by that statue. Thanks to Croyan. Thanks, Croyan. Jerk.
Yeah. I did like the whole Atlantis arc because it showed like a lot of the politics of Atlantis. So it kind of reminded me of the Aquaman movie. So I was like, okay, I like
it was pretty cool.
Plus, I'm a political science major, so whenever I see like, I'm the dude that actually enjoys the long political scenes in Star Wars. I'm like, okay, I'm that weird. So I'm like, yes, I love this. Another Senate meeting.
The Cohen did the whole idea of Senate stuff, I mean. It's actually a lot more smarter on my bit. Look, the Senate was pretty good. The pretty they tried to do Senate stuff, I mean. But I think Cohen show already did a lot more better because you got to learn more about how the public works and how the bank says it.
Oh, yeah, because you could see a lot of, I know we're on Star Wars, but you could see a lot of how the Empire rose up just by watching those scenes. That's why I like it. But back to Young Justice, it's kind of funny because when I was watching that, I saw King Shark. All I could think of was in James Gunn's Suicide Squad, Monsters Num Num. I was like, well, you're way smarter than this. Even though how much I really hated that movie, I can't. I'm the dude that can't stand James Gunn's infantile and juvenile humor. I was only able to watch 3 episodes of Peacemaker before I was like, I'm out. See you later.
It's basically at that point that if you don't see that it's funny, you can be at least see how it's trying to be funny.
The only part I skipped to is when the Justice League showed up because obviously I have to watch that part. So I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, you've done better than me. I've only watched what is it, the first episode of that series.
And I just reviewed the first 3 episodes in a pretty quick video. I tried to go back to review the rest of the season, but I never managed to get back to it. I think I could probably have something to say about it, but I just can't bring myself
to write it
down.
I mean, I recommend watching it. It's a great show. It's super funny. I love that show.
So some of the jokes are funny, but the rest of them, like, I hate R-rated James Gunn.
I love R-rated James Gunn. He gets to go out and do whatever he wants. It's genius.
At least they mentioned Finn. Actually, it was one of those Torilla Tavataan moments for Finnish people because they mentioned, what was it, Hanoi Rocks.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And they had some Divas characters, like they had them in Batman in the universe already.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second here. At least he mentioned Green Arrow, so I was like, oh, okay, Oliver exists in this world somehow.
Yep. Wait, I'm we're seeing 2 go with that show. I mentioned about seeing 2, but then I can never talk about that. We can probably do another podcast on Peacemaker. Or you're part of it on DC as a whole because that's a unit that's like what the fuck that doing going on.
Yeah, that's its own monster right now that is struggling to either to that really needs an exorcism at this point.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is wrong with this studio?
Yeah, I don't get what that is happening. Like, I think Discovery got fix everything, but I guess Discovery they bought DC. Well,
Discovery, please fire everyone, and they're doing it. But what I will say, despite the live action crap Justice League stuff, at least we had the badass movies, like the animated movies that were coming out. Because I was like, that was my DCEU. I was like, yes.
Yep. We have Constantine. Well, technically, we had what the first one that came out this
Justice League. Well, actually, we had Flashpoint. We had Justice League Wars.
Basically, the first act. War infuriated me so much because what everyone knew for the 2 bullshits.
War was pretty much like a copy and paste of the first
arc,
6 issues of the Justice League.
No Aquaman. No, they got them all.
And then they got them all. Part 2. But I was like, wait a second. I'm like, where the hell is Aquaman? Why is Shazam in this?
Yeah, why cut them all?
I'm not complaining because I love Shazam. But
still, I'm like, Aquaman wasn't in it because they wanted to do Throne of Atlantis
next. And they messed that story up.
But what's kind of funny is that the Throne of Atlantis storyline from the movie is not his origin.
Yeah, it's not. They try to come up with the origin story and Throne of Atlantis. Why combine two different stories into one movie? That doesn't make sense. That won't work. Also, climbing 101 Superman as a couple. Because New 52.
Hey, don't be bashing Super Wonder. I'm a big fan of that. Don't be bashing that.
Fair enough. I'm glad you like that couple. Personally, I'm more a fan of this couple, but that's just me. Yep.
Hey, I like John Kent before Tom Taylor got his hands on it. So there you go.
Well, not the Taylor, Bendis.
A lot of it.
Oh, yeah.
Taylor,
I like DC before Bendis. So I actually told my fans I'm not covering anything post Bendis because everything else after there's crap.
Yeah, it's one good book. I recommend 3 books. The Flash one with Jeremy is fantastic. It's only a good that book of Mania.
Joshua Williamson. That's why it's impossible for him to write a bad book.
Not Jeremy Adams.
Okay.
Flash book, perfection. It's my favorite book coming out this year. That's the World Finest.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, speaking of World Finest, we'll get that later. We're gonna do what that World Finest is. But it's a Marvel World Finest. It's insane, but awesome.
Yeah, I saw the combining of Superman and Batman with Green Lantern's power. I'm like, oh, I like that.
That was so cool. The fusion there.
The character design looks so badass.
Yeah, so cool. Like if John Chapter does do that after with World Finance, I'll be so happy. You know what? Screw it. I need to show this. It's pretty cool.
That's that's an animated show we need.
Yeah.
World's Finest that turns into that.
Yes.
I found it.
As long as it's written in a. When you have started reviewing.
Yeah, I found it.
Look at that. Look at that. I love the emblem too.
It's so
They
cool.
even combine the S with the bat.
It's pure genius.
Yeah, that looks.
It is
That
incredible.
just looks.
I got the regular cover plus the variant cover, which has this character on it.
I'm waiting
Yeah,
for that
it looks better than
McFarlane
the
figure.
composite.
Please, Todd, make an action figure for that. I will buy it.
He
Yeah, I'd buy it
probably will.
on
No one's hot.
Knowing him, he'll probably have like his own variant too that has his own gold label with different colors.
I'm not seeing more, but we are going to have. Oh, that's a movie theater King Burson 8 button. Yep. DC is having a new anime unit. Anyone seen Superman tomorrow? Anyone going to...
that was so good.
Yeah, I see Man Tomorrow. Man Tomorrow is good. Man Tomorrow is
I
actually
wouldn't say it was good.
of the
It had some potential, but it felt kind of passive. I don't know why.
I saw Man of Tomorrow and I saw the JSA movie. Both were actually really good.
JSA with the
Yeah, the JSA movie was
Flash.
a little better, but the Man of Tomorrow, it felt some kind of. It felt passive for some reason.
It was a little long, so I'm
was.
watching this. I'm like, get to the point. Get him in the suit.
It's kind of American Alien. Yeah, American Alien. Yeah,
it's either that or like Secret Origin by Jeff Johns, or like Earthlight,
or
any of the Superman origins at this point.
Yeah.
I don't very much like the American Alien because Superman for some reason came across as a jerk in it.
Well, to be fair, we were Mac Landis, and even before Mac Landis kind of went, well, yeah, I don't want to go with it, put away, but yeah, I would say DC would not hire but that's the argument.
Speaking of Superman, though, and going back to Young Justice, that last fight scene where he and Superboy are tag teaming Zod, I was like, where was this before? I wanted more.
Same, badass.
That was on the level of in the Snyder Cut where Superman shows up and he goes, "I'm not impressed."
Yep, not impressed.
Yeah, that was it was like that was it was pretty much so like they have done this before, but when have they done this before?
Could be just training.
They're gonna make Green Lantern movie with John. Oh yeah, we all got Green Lantern movie.
That looks so cool.
Yeah.
John Stewart's my Green Lantern. But
yeah, with John Stewart.
Also in that battle, Ms. Martian apparently can murder people.
Yep, she can. With their minds.
Yeah. Stop messing with my man. I was like, oh yes.
That was so
she
cool.
gets a cool moment.
Yep. Speaking of we were talking, I think we kind of went on topic with different arcs, but we should probably get back to Grand Arc. We kind of went on topic. I find the Grand Arc Mark when we did get to see Barry have a son, but that is a twist about that character, which we'll get to it. But Aqualad and what was cool about the I think what they were trying to find the crown the comedy alien. Yeah, alien. My bad. It was the alien who showed up to help Mila, Aqualad, Aquaman, and Ocean Master from the Charlie with the Firestorm. Which I'm happy they came to Mandalore to Randall because I never knew that those all were connected. But they pull it off. They pull each are connected to each other. Pretty badass. I love that moment.
I'll be back. Hold on.
Okay.
I did dig how they gave Aqualad a badass beard. I'm like,
yeah,
oh,
that's pretty cool. When they try to find
it makes him look more mature and less like still a kid. Because even in like the last season when he was the leader of the Justice League for some reason, I'm like, you're a kid.
Yep.
At least now you have a beard.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I love the beard. It's pretty badass. It's pretty cool. And it makes sense. They've been down in that trend for days. And we do get to see two monsters. We get to see a giant reviving event. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Not the actual reviving organization. Not the main leader of that crap. Which, I swear, if we get reviving on the show, please, oh God, do not do Benny Mark Shaw crap. Mark Shaw reviving is stupid.
I think what they should do is.
I think if they were to do it, it would have to be the Grant Morrison one.
Grant Morrison reviving.
Yeah. Generally, what I think they should do is any storylines that are written by Tom King and or Brian Michael Bendis should be thrown in the trash can and said, we're not adapting this ever.
Yeah.
I second that.
We're talking Batman books started off good. That's the weird thing.
It started off good, and then Batman progressively got more. Somehow he made Batman more depressing.
Yeah, issue 50. Issue 50.
I remember some early interviews that Tom King gave that he wanted to make Batman happy, contrast to how he's miserable all the time. But they just went worse and worse and worse and worse and worse.
He wrote
he even had Batman was tilted at the altar.
I remember thinking that it's gonna go up again. It's just a slump that they're gonna go past. But no, it just stayed there.
It kept getting worse and worse. And after issue 50, that infuriated me because what? You wasted all this build-up.
Even I thought that they were gonna...
Don't do it? Oh, you effing kidding me?
Even I thought it was gonna play on that age-old trope that first tries of those big fictional weddings, they're not gonna go through on the first try. So there's gonna be a second try, and that's when they're gonna do it. But no, they didn't even.
I thought what they were gonna do. I thought what they were going to do is, again, like that. They'll have the first wedding, and then like the bat signal will go off, and Batman's like, okay, I gotta go take care of this. And then the second try, they'll be like, okay, well, let's just get married. I had Clark become a minister. Clark, marry us.
Yeah,
but it's
that would have been cute.
That would have been great, yeah. But I'm like, geez, Tom King, which is sad because he can actually write a good Superman story if you guys.
Yeah, like it seems over the man tomorrow.
Up in the sky.
Yeah, up in the sky.
But it's weird, and Lord knows he doesn't understand Wally West.
No, he doesn't. Oh yeah, speaking of Tom King, this comes out actually June. Tuesday.
Is that series finally ending?
Yes, it's the final issue.
They should have just remained that series as Catwoman Batman because
it's pretty much
Batman is basically just a supporting character who just sometimes has a cameo appearance here and there.
Yeah, it finally is conclusion this Tuesday. Batman's Catwoman said finally comes to an end. So wait.
Goodness.
wait. We were planning this wedding on issue 50, didn't get it, but we're finally getting it now, but it's not in the main canon. I'm confused! What's happening? I'm lost.
It's fan fiction. It's plain and simple fan fiction. And as someone who has written fan fiction, it's fucking annoying that it's making actual fan fiction writers who have passion for the characters and like what they write and do make even look worse.
Well, how about we call it by its front name, trash fiction?
Yeah, there's somebody in Black Label.
Not fan fiction,
that
trash
didn't
fiction.
make any sense. This can't be Black Label. This would be connected to Tom King Batman run. But it's not, I'm lost.
Black Label started off as something really cool, but then it turned out to turn into whatever DC has no plans or doesn't know what the hell they're doing with.
Yeah. Which means this entire talking about a waste of time, all for nothing.
It's like, I read 3 Jokers, and I'm like, wait a second, this was referenced in Darkseid War, but it's not canon anymore.
Then the one-shot.
I'm like, what?
No, we got 4 out of 1. Yeah, fuck it. We can't do the German. But you guys set up in DC Rebirth.
Jeff Johns, I have faith in you, and you and you spat in my face.
Yeah, it was all for nothing. Even though I like Doom the Car on the like that book. I do own Doom the Car on me upstairs. But it didn't frustrate me to Doom the Car that flew out the window. The only thing we have that kind of Doom the Car Flash from Beyond and Dark Crisis. Which Flash from Beyond confused me because how Flash Point even still alive? I'm confused.
Well, that's just
Connect the dots.
Well, here's the chapter I'm saying about DC that with the whole Omniverse thing, nothing matters.
True.
Exactly.
Continuity doesn't matter. Anything you want. And I said this on my show. I'm like, wait a second. You're telling me that all the origins of these characters, even the ones that contradict, i.e. Wonder Woman's origins, that she has 8 of them, all of which contradict. But I'm like, wait a second. You're telling me all of these are canon. What about the ones that actually contradict each other and could not have happened at the same time?
Like the Flash origin. Does that contradict itself?
I'm like,
Jordan, Billion
made sense where they were still using hyper time, and then it was different timeline things. But then when they got brought the multiverse back, and multiverse should be alternate versions, not different what if timelines.
But then you have the Dark Multiverse from Dark Knight Metal, which I love that story.
The funny part
is basically that what if timeline. You have the main timeline, but it branches off, and that's how the Dark Multiverse is supposed to work.
But the hilarious part
from existing stories and do a what if this happened instead.
The hilarious part about like the Tales of the Dark Multiverse, they did like Flashpoint and like Crisis on Infinite Earths. The storylines that directly destroyed and recreate the multiverse. I'm like, wait a second, what happens to the Dark Multiverse of one of those storylines is Crisis on Infinite Earths?
The Crisis Image Dark Multiverse story, spoiler, that's not the Crisis Infinite Earths. Nope, they lied about that. It's actually been another story.
By the way, can you imagine if they actually adapt like Dark Knight's Metal into like Young Justice, where it's evil versions of the Young Justice team?
Coming from Earth 3.
That would be super dope.
I like that introduce Supergirl, and you have been waiting for the shop in Young Justice. Well, you got your wish, and she's
a Fury, so I'm like, okay, that's dope.
I'm sure they'll into the multiverse and they become time all universe, junior, I'm sure the multiverse.
Even if they do kind of do any kind of adaptations of Dark Knight's Metal, they are not going to do it in the way that you could imagine it's done as a proper way, because like I said previously, I wrote fan fiction before. And one of those, my latest stories that I actually never got to finish, it should still have an epilogue story. I rewrote the Dark Knight's Metal as a more understandable way of turning for example, Batman Who Laughs into a more psychological horror villain who actually knows how to use who sees the psychological weaknesses of other characters and knows how to manipulate them and turn them into loyal to himself. And then also use the other characters. Like I actually turned Red Death into someone who, after I separated the Flash from Red Death, I actually made that version slow down, think what he's done, and basically long for death after what he had become.
Oh, that's actually cool.
I could see that kind of happen
and here's another thing about how I did it. I did it as a Pokemon crossover.
Nice.
Oh, jeez. Of course.
I essentially made it so here's the premise. It's basically the same thing that the Dark Knights and Barbatos, they need to get out of the Dark Multiverse and into the DC universe. But they can't do that because they don't have Batman as the final seal to break and go and switch places with him
as a conduit.
So they need to go to a detour outside of the two multiverses in a like hyper time, and that one parallel world they need to get through. It's the Pokemon world.
Oh jeez.
No god,
that's good.
Yeah. I found out. I found what that when Batman when he gets cured. But spoiler: Red Death actually died near that tie-in because Red Death, you think actually you yourself? Nope, you get killed off.
He turned good and then he died.
Yep.
Yeah, he died in my story too, but actually he died doing something heroic. I can't explain it without spoiling and going too much into detail how I did it, but it made a much more redemptive thing for him to do. And the Flash version also, that he also died because I needed to start killing characters at that point of the story.
Yeah.
So you're essentially like Tom Taylor, except more talented.
Well, Tom Taylor is a good way. I just said before.
I can show you my old fanfiction page.
The Siege is fantastic. I remember reading the Siege or we've done that Steel.
Elseworld stuff is amazing, but when he starts writing in continuity, that's when I start to go, okay, this is stupid.
With Naomi. I hate this character. He's so boring! Why
to Bendis character, what do you expect?
Yeah.
If I were to bring up one thing about Tom Taylor, is that he tends to recycle a lot of what he's done before in a lot of his storytelling.
Then I'm like then why don't you make Superboy a bad guy at least? Because that's kind of your thing when it comes to super people.
Yeah.
He might as well be a bloody tyrant right now.
Yeah,
he kind of is.
I got an idea. Have Evil Connigan at Earth 3 replace my boy John. I have this imposter to the okay, let me get it back. I
know what you're saying. You're saying that the old John Kent that no one likes is actually Earth 3 Connor Kent, and then they switch, and then it turns out he's still being held captive. That works way better. There you go.
Yeah, anything would work almost better than that.
Because frankly, he is acting like he's from Earth 3, so there you go.
Yeah, it's not a great solution, but the ones that we have, it makes sense. Also, love God, don't do that evil Earth 3 from Bendis Young Jimmy. That made no sense. Because I read that issue, it made no sense. Because then, how the fuck the Giant get dropped on Earth 3?
Let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. When Bendis tried to cover that particular Earth of where the Crisis Syndicate was on, he had no understanding of the world that he was working with.
Yeah, it was stupid.
And don't forget that they, when he was doing Young Justice, they ended up going back to that world.
Yeah, they did.
Mm-hmm. And that's where the BS stuff happened in relation to the Drake.
This
is where that actually comes in.
Yep.
I got a great idea. Let's rename Superman. Here's his new name. You ready? Kent.
Yep.
What?
I show you the article for a sec.
Mm-hmm. But I'm just like, oh, jeez. Yeah, that's when you know it's like this person has no creativity when they name their superhero after the superhero's last name.
Yeah, like Drake. What the fuck? Like, what the hell, Ben?
I'm like, wait, okay, his name is Drake, so I assume someone else's name is Josh, right? I had to.
I know what you're talking about there. Series.
I had to. You
Nickelodeon, so well. If I remember.
Yeah. As far as that show is concerned, I'm just still pissed off that Ben destroyed everything with crap. Oh, that's a fan fiction pickup?
Yeah, that's the thing I did.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's basically 20 chapters. First half is basically a build up to, and the halfway point. It's basically like one of those older animes where half the season is a build up, and then the second half is the fight against it.
So like Young Justice.
Basically that, or basically all. If you want to also look at that, like the Fate's Day Night Unlimited Blade works, because the first half was also how Tosaka and Shiro and Shiro they had going on, and then in the halfway point they lose Saber, and then in the second half they need to fight against the other characters and so on.
And yes, I did read a lot of those crossovers. I read the DC He-Man one.
Yeah, the He-Man one was insane and badass.
He-Man was dope. It was awesome. I read that one and the Injustice one. The Injustice one was my favorite.
Yeah. The Injustice one, that's the one I
should cover that at some point. I have
very insane. But
I have gone through all the Injustices up onto the video game, and I have the second comic script as a work in progress somewhere where Damian goes to Kandag to talk to Black Adam and meet Supergirl.
Yeah, I haven't
been able to write it because that series is so unbelievably long to cover.
Oh, yeah. It is.
All I covered was year one. That's all I could get through. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I have covered the entire year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, and then the video game.
Yeah,
I covered the video game and the Ground Zero in one.
Half of year 3 gets cut off. Then tail with year 3 because you do something else.
First off, with 3, you have that really boring part where Superman's in a dream for like half the comic.
Yes, that tail got destroyed, and then.
But what I did love, I loved year 4 when the Greek gods showed up and they go to war with the Justice League. I was like, oh, this is dope.
Except that year 4, you could rename that from year 4 and say it was 3 random weekends.
Yeah.
We had Rene Montoya, the showdown at Hall of Justice, and then the rest.
Plastic Man. Plastic Man. Plastic Man's great. I love Plastic.
You just show in the movie. In the anime movie.
That thing, that animated adaptation that somehow got greenlit.
Yep. But here's the thing, that movie changed a lot of shit. They did not carry on.
That was basically, like I said, that was Unlimited Blade Works, the movie that needed Unlimited Blade Works, the series, to make it better. First off, the minute they kill Flash in the first 5 minutes, I'm like, wait, what? He shows up. What are you talking about?
What the fuck?
And no one even acknowledges the Flash died.
Yeah, I know. Everyone's
what the hell?
No one's like, remember Barry? Nah.
I'm joking.
Oh, he's fine. He's just going back in time again. That's what Barry does.
Yeah.
Except that in the comic, they actually had it be Barry think about it and then decided, nah, we're in too deep shit. We deserve this.
But I did like that fight with Superman versus Superman where he's recreating his super moves from the game. I was like, oh, that's dope.
That was very cool.
Yes, but it actually did make sense how they said, you're not Earth 1, you're Earth something else, and we're Earth 70 and you're there. Because Earth 22 is Kingdom Come.
Yes.
Yep.
I was like, as soon as you said 22, I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, that confused me. But then that movie, Judge Superman wins. That's the tweet I'm actually coming with. Wait, what? Wait.
Yeah, because I'm like, wait a second. I played this part. I beat Evil Superman.
Yeah.
They made a movie I want. Kingdom Come. I want that.
I'll be on board Kingdom Come movie. Because we all
the ending they had with actually bringing the other world's Lois. That should have been the ending of the first game. There it would have made sense. There it would have been earned. That would have actually made the Injustice Superman actually start to regress and think about what he's done and actually be a better person going forward. Yeah. And when the sequel came out, he could have actually had some kind of redemption and being the man he used to be instead of doubling down and being more evil.
I thought that whole game builds up where you think, oh, Superman could actually turn back to being good again. And then the end happens, and I'm like, oh boy.
Yeah. Well, there had two endings. They had the Batman ending, which makes almost in my opinion.
But the Superman one is canon. That's what the He-Man one is based off of.
I go bullshit. I think the He-Man is not canon. I think that's more of their own separate thing. Maybe that's just me.
Maybe.
But if it is canon, then that sucks. Because that means they're going to double down on Evil Superman and they're going to Skeletor. But then again, it would Skeletor with Evil Superman. No, it's Skeletor with Darkseid. It's very insane and confusing. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
It's still a great story.
That whole book is confusing. You kidding me? I'm like, what?
Yeah, it is. But it's still a fun crossover.
But it was a badass book. Like when He-Man becomes Shazam, I was like, oh.
Yeah.
I thought it was Mary Moe in that comic.
Yeah, but then something things that just happened off screen, and He-Man just said, "Oh," and then this happened.
Yep.
Yeah.
Man, the best. Yep. Although Batman Power Rangers also is good. No, Jettigan Power Rangers. My bad.
Yeah. That was a good one. It's just I wish the Justice League got their own Zords. That would have been that's a waste. Kind of like they did in Metal. Speaking of Metal.
Yeah.
They kind of did. I expected them to go to essentially have those scenes where they all combine that giant robot. They're doing like kung fu moves in the cockpit.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Oh, you do know about the DC mech that's coming out?
We are in DC mech. That's true.
Yeah. So it's pretty much DC Transformers.
So that's going to be interesting to review when it comes out.
Yeah. We ought to get Jurassic League with the DC dinosaurs. But actually like that, but with all superhero band.
I swear, if Chris Pratt shows up in that book, I am T-Rex.
T-Rex. Whenever you try to say that. In fact,
I need to show this. These books. I got a great idea. Let's make the Justice League dinosaurs. Why? Because it's because I'm like,
because it's cool.
Promote that man ahead appears. I'm like, that's a way to save DC sales.
Yep. Which I love the story. It's so funny. What the? They're in Rocket League. This story is genius.
Oh, Aquaman's a dolphin.
So cool. Yes.
I'm like, what?
Yeah, he's a fish.
He's kind of a dolphin. I'm like,
crocodile raised by dolphins.
What the
hell's a joke? Superman is a giant shark? This is weird.
You need a Brontosaurus.
Super sore. Oh,
Super sore.
So wait a second. Ancient humanity can speak. And understands the concept of a superhero.
Well, they understand Superman because Superman was raised by humans.
But okay, my question is: did Krypton have dinosaurs that it sent to Earth? Because I'm like, what is the It's like that was the
I think it's just Krypton that explode, but it's actually dinosaurs and Krypton who went out.
No, actually, what they did, you see. At the same, so you know how like Zor-El sent Kara the same way, right? What he did is they also sent a dinosaur to Earth, and what happened is that in the same way that Kara got in stasis, the other one got in a time portal and went backwards in time. That's the only way this makes sense.
Atrocitosaurus. Yeah. I imagine.
He looks cuddly.
Yeah, I love
the Injustice Source.
Yeah, it's so funny.
But I'm like, the Wonder Woman dinosaur, is she from an island of warrior pterodactyl, triceratops that are only female? I'm trying to make sense.
Like Wonder Woman.
Oh gosh.
Wonder Dawn.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Dawn is the main villain.
Yeah, this is a great idea. It's like someone walks into Jim Lee's office. I have a great idea. Here's how we save DC sales because I know we're tanking with John Kent. Let's turn everyone to dinosaurs because Jurassic Park is cool.
Like Jurassic Park is such a fun story. It's such a fun outdoor story I'm willing to forget every other stupid stuff, but you know what?
Watch.
Fuck it. I'm gonna.
It's not an Elseworld story. I swear, the next crisis, we'll see the Jurassic League show up.
If we see a Dark Crisis, I would take all my money and say, sold. You got me.
Oh yeah, and I did see the Ruby crossover they did with the Justice League, and that would look horrible.
Oh,
Was it even a crossover, or was it some kind of reimagining of the?
It's a reimagining of them
characters?
showing up. It's the reimagining, but the character designs looked horrible.
Because that's weird.
Because it's Ruby.
How is it even a crossover then if it's not even if they're just reimagining them as those characters?
Because Warner Brothers logic. That's why.
I thought the DC hero went to Ruby, or was it the exact opposite? I don't remember.
But it's like I'm seeing that, and I'm like, first off, the designs looked horrendous. Like. Really, really bad. First off, Wonder Woman, you didn't have to change at all because she looks like Pyrrha from Ruby. You could just put her in there. I'm like, and then I see the rest of them, and I'm like, oh gosh, this is getting on the level of Gotham High. Or I Am Not Starfire.
I avoid sort of the play because it did look stupid.
It's been a long time. I was hanging out with a buddy. Yes, there you go. And I was explaining to him like all the really messed up stuff that has happened in comics, like Norman
People
Osborn
were
sleeping with Gwen Stacy.
To draw and write that.
Mm-hmm.
What if I stole? When the hell did that happen? Weird.
Oh my gosh. I'm like, yeah, look at Wonder Woman looks decent, but look at Superman. Fine. Look at Superman.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's Superman. He looks weird.
He looks really weird.
Or like Superboy.
Yeah, he's basically Superboy.
Yeah, I don't get the design. And then that's Batman, I think.
Oh my gosh, of course that's Batman.
Yeah.
Jessica Cruz does look pretty decent. I'm waiting for her to show up in Young Justice, by the way.
Looks more like a slightly older Damian than Batman.
Yeah.
I'm like, when is... that's a question. When is Jessica Cruz going to show up in Young Justice? I want her to show up in Young Justice.
I wanted to include that. I love a kidder.
Because she's fantastic.
We got Jon Stewart. We got Hal Jordan. We got
Guy Gardner.
Like,
we don't have Kyle Rayner or Cruz or Baz.
Yeah, I was talking about I wanted to go with Kyle Rayner because we got those kids in the show. Wait.
I got it. Here's how they can bring her in. She's actually a former female Fury. She's saved, and then she becomes a Lantern and is trying to atone, kind of like in the comics where she was evil Green Lantern, and then she's powering.
She's powering.
Yeah, she was powering. That's how they can bring her in and fit her. I swear, I should write this show. I do a better job than a lot of what DC does.
Yeah. Speaking of Young Joe, we got one on topic now. We back to the Atlantis Arc. The Atlantis Arc. Sorry that we go on topic, but the random one we get about the Atlantis Arc, start with the ending itself because we did see Aqualad and the rest of the team find the crown. They finally got to fight a light monster, which would be cool. And then we find out the true idea of Venos's son. It's not Venos's son. Orin, the real Orin's dead. He's dead. It's actually Ocean Master in disguise of Orin. You're probably wondering, but damn it, that makes no sense. Isn't Ocean Master alive and now acting out of clone? Here's the thing about that. They do explain the explanation. It's interesting, confusing if I don't remember some of it, but it's actually pretty cool. They brought Ocean Master back from the dead, somehow then to bring magic and into mad science. And then he put it in mind into Orin. Venos's son. It's Ocean Master in Venos's son body, but the clone Ocean Master thinks it's Ocean Master. It's confusing. And he put the crown on, and guess what I'm doing? Guess. Just guess.
He died?
Yep. He got incinerated.
Of course.
By the Lord of Water.
Of course.
You go.
That wasn't. That's what there happened.
Right, it's not a brutal death. But you can see a skeleton and everything. It's very dark.
That was. Whew.
I love that death scene to Ocean Master because it makes sense. Because usually the water, they knew that it was deployed by Venom Savage. And it's very brutal. That's one death I not see coming.
This whole season has been brutal. Like when when Zod's wife supposedly punches Miss Martian's heart out of her chest. I'm like, jeez.
Like, holy shit.
Yes, but then it was that, but not really.
Yeah, which we'll get that later. But anyway, I found the Randall. The Randall is a good arc. I love that arc. It's pretty badass. I love the Ancient arc because we get the Ocean Master get his comeuppance, literally. Very Savage lost. Literally, that made me happy. You get quite kind of terrifying wins on it. Very Savage been winning every single season. I'm happy to hear it finally treat us out own game. Yay! And having Dr. Fate at the time Very Savage, that made me so happy. Take that, Savage! You lost! Yay! And he is pissed. He's furious.
Of course, because he's Vandal Savage. I love seeing immortals lose.
Yep, same.
So satisfying.
Yes.
But anyway, we should probably get to the Rocket Arc. Okay, the Rocket Arc. We should be away the Grand Arc. Or Obama and Grand Arc the whole. Pick away you been Grand Arc. Okay?
Major Arc.
The Grand Arc. Where do you think the Grand Arc as a whole?
It was going kind of had its ups and downs in having some intrigue, some political turmoil, and essentially just seeing that who is supposed to be in charge of everything.
Yep.
Having Arian show up basically made everyone think that guy was our first king and made everything happen. That's one way to rile up your subjects, and then find the evidence that there is or isn't, and then basically the finding that or something else that they had to get. Basically, the one evidence prove one thing that could prove who's the worthy king.
Yeah,
and then basically they gave it to Mera because something like in the Aquaman comic series, they had the same thing about Mera needing to be the real ruler because otherwise it would lead to bad.
It's in the comics, so I was like, okay, of course she's gonna be queen.
Well, you gotta be Yara Flor, Yara Flor.
I love Yara Flor.
Yara Flor didn't even I do like the character. She's the only future character that I do love interesting. All the other future characters, crap.
Oh, by the way, I love where John tries to recruit her for the Justice League and she laughs at him too.
Yeah, she did no.
That's the one redeeming part of that comic is like when John goes to like all these experienced heroes, he laughs at them. Then when he goes to Black Adam and Black Adam's like, "Why do you need 2 Blue Beetles?" He's like tearing apart the and then he goes, "You have to have a Batman." He goes to Jace Fox Batman and he's just like, "No,
no."
The last guy died.
One Batman died away. I'm not gonna join your team. Screw it.
It's so good.
But Jake Fox, no game for Jake Fox. He's a boring character. I tried the Iron Batman book. It's so boring. I couldn't do it. It's doing mental.
DC is welcome to kill him off.
Look at him off, you give him a mercy going. But you get a tiny dark crisis.
Kill off all these BS characters, DH John Kent, and we're good to go.
Yeah, like at least John could even win Justice League.
Do what Crisis on Infinite Earths did and rewind time to a point where everything still was good. Like Crisis on Infinite Earths rewinded everything back to when before Jason Todd became Robin. So rewind everything back to before Bendis came to power.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Hey, Wally West, you're alive. Do another Flashpoint.
Let's keep Wally alive. Let's keep Kid alive because I love the Kid and the Giant. Let's keep that one canon. Forget Hero Country Girl kind of believe they don't give a damn shit. keep Wally's kid alive. Billion, yeah, go away.
Well, Barry's dead. So what I meant was just go back to just have Wally undo all this, but I just running back in time and stopping John Kent from going with Jor-El like an idiot.
I agree. I'll be up with it. And have Iron Giant help with the part and start going with Mr. Irons. That means still makes sense. Why Mr. Irons still on the air so stupid? I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
What was the sad part about the Bendis Superman run is that he had all the best artists.
So yeah, he did.
There's great Superman art, but there's terrible, right? Like gutter
what
writing.
The fuck did he get to do? He fucked everything up.
It's like Jason Fabok, it's like Jason Fabok, Ivan Reyes. I love these guys.
Yeah, I love these guys.
The Bendis book.
And, the whole Bendis book. That's just sad because those should be used for great stories, not bad stories. It's not fair. I don't blame the artists on that one. No. They're great artists. They're doing their job. It's part of the way of Fury and Rage. It's not okay. Bendis is horrible. Spider-Man right now is much worse. It's even crap with Sub-Zero, which I don't get. Sub-Zero's a good writer. Why must Spider-Man be so stupid? That's Marvel and that bullshit. That's another day. But we should probably got the judges. Let's get to the Rocket Arc because we kind of went all over the place.
Yeah. Rocket Arc. Which one was started with Beyond the Crypt of Gods.
Yep.
It's the New Gods one. I love the New Gods. So it's like, yeah. I love how they sort of give more into like who Orion is and like have it where he has trouble like containing his rage because he's one of the characters with the New Gods that I feel like doesn't get enough attention, and then to see more of or to get like, okay, so it's not just like he's Darkseid's son. He actually has like this rage because he's like half apocalyptic, and then he has to constantly learn how to control that. I love that.
No, not half human. Half apocalyptic and half New God. I think. I could be wrong about that list, but you know,
he's not half. He's full. He's full apocalyptic. He is Darkseid and Highfather switch sons.
Oh yeah, it is with those. Mr. Miracle.
I covered that in my in the Justice League
Darkseid War.
When I reviewed the New 52 comic to War and Snyder Cut review. I brought up there how they had the whole thing about switching Mr. Miracle and Orion between together, and then retconning that they were switched when they were old enough to remember how it happened.
That retcon made no sense to me because why retcon that Kirby story? Jack Kirby's story is great the way it went. Leave it alone. Don't retcon that story.
What DC tends to do is that they have they have gold, like Super Sons or this storyline. They have gold. And then they go, let's make it better. Worse. And then they end up tanking the book. As with that, Superman, Wonder Woman, anything Jack Kirby. I'm like, Young Justice at certain points. Anything touched by Brian Michael Bendis.
Yep. Any touch by Didio
or Tom King. Yes, exactly. Or Tom King. Yes. Heroes in Crisis. That's why I really hope that if they adapt that, I really hope that if they adapt that in the show, that they do it a lot better than Tom King does.
I agree. Heroes in Crisis is a horrible story, but the way I give it, it's not bad. The way I actually doing the trauma, that's not a bad idea. The idea actually worked. Sensuate was not a bad idea, a bad concept. The problem I made with that story, it got destroyed because of bad writing and bad leadership.
What would be hilarious is that in this, so to basically make it up to the fans that of Wally West, because Tom King ruined Wally West. This is how they bring Wally West back in Young Justice. Somehow, with Sanctuary, they bring him back as we can do something good with this.
Yeah.
If they bring Wally back that way, that could work. if they do that.
As soon as I saw Connor in the Phantom Zone, I thought that's how that they were bringing Wally back, and that's how they were doing.
Because they did show Wally in the Phantom Zone in a hallucination.
That whatever reminds me. Back when season 1 was coming out, they had that online Q&A about certain topics, and they denied that Speed Force exists. So that means there's no Speed Force.
Yeah.
So if they bring back Wally, they should pretty much then change their minds and say, yes, Speed Force exists. And that is how Wally is.
Wally discovers people in the comics. He's the first one to discover Speed Force, not Barry. Like, Wally discovered it first.
Yeah.
People keep forgetting about that and it drives me crazy. Jeez.
And let's not forget, Barry died in Crisis on Infinite Earth. He didn't actually die. He just went into the Speed Force. So they could easily do that and just say, no, here's how they can get around that. They can say, okay, so the heroes didn't know the Speed Force existed, but it actually did the whole time. Then when Wally comes back, he's like, oh yeah, actually, the way Barry and I get our speed is from this thing called the Speed Force, and it saves us.
Yep.
No, but once again, I would love that. I would love if that's how they bring back Wally West. And the biggest irony and middle finger to Tom King. That'd be fantastic.
Yes.
You been there running through and young Joe from the wedding? Actually, they did add the wedding in season 3. You did see from the wedding. No, no more flat time dubbing. Whoa.
Yes, please.
Well, Cooper, Jack Ryder, so far.
Jack Ryder,
alright. Yep. Jack Ryder, I can see him being young Joe. Cooper, maybe. So far, yes. I want to see him being young Joe. That'd be pretty cool. But speaking of the Rocket Arc, we do got at the other version of another Dark Knight Sun, not Cowback. We get another Dark Knight Sun. I forget the Dark Knight Sun's name. He had appeared in his arc. He talked to me to my bag, the other Martian, Miss Martin Butter. We go to Pocket of a sec, and we get the reveal of a mystery assassin from the first arc. Who could it be? It's Valzad. Who's Valzad, you about to ask?
Chris Kent.
Yes, Christopher Kent. Well, former Christopher Kent.
Not Chris Kent.
Yeah, we can remember this character is actually okay, Christopher Kent is very complicated character, I don't know. Hang on, I'll show you who he is. Find him. You know. Ugh. I hate this so much. Dude. Like, first they ate a Christopher Kent, then they get rid of John with bullshit. Wait a second. I just realized something. Both him, he's not a child. He got eaten up a crap. Then John got eaten up.
Yep.
Why are we going to do that over? It's confusing.
Well, at least with Chris Kent, his story actually made sense as to why he was aged up.
True, he got trying to change him.
It had to do with the radiation within the Phantom Zone, which caused him to be aged up.
True.
And I think that makes more sense than what they did to John Samuel Kent.
Yeah, what they did was wrong. It's not fair.
You know, just Bendis enjoys abusing children in comics.
Yeah, with this crap. And John got twitted by Madman by Ultraman. He's more fucked up. What the fuck? By the way, if we do get to see Warzone again, I want to see the design. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Granted, I could dream, can I? Who knows?
Think they
also bring Flamebird. Flamebird would be pretty cool. I love a kid.
Yeah, I think they aged him up to become Nightwing back then because Dick Grayson was not Nightwing at the time and he was Batman. While Bruce Wayne was MIA.
Yeah, then you have Flamebird. Actually,
not a bad little series to read through. the Nightwing and Flameberg trade paperbacks. I've read them both, and the character of that Nightwing actually travels to Australia.
That's cool.
To be honest, and it's a really interesting story, and you also learn about what Chris Kent does in Australia and some of the places that he works at. Check it out. I definitely recommend you pick it up.
Yep. Oh yeah, was I tired when we see me in Rebirth?
I hate the Z that was on his head. That looks horrible.
Yeah. In fact, Woodzard and John Kent, I thought during Rebirth we were gonna see both my boy John and Woodzard fight each other. That would have been cool. Vegeta and Dragon Ball Z.
It would have been a teenager fighting a baby, almost like. Okay.
Yeah.
Unless at least this version got pretty much erased since that version can't be born and exist as the timeline got changed. So that version can still, that other version of the same character can still be born and grow up and be close to same age as Jon.
Yeah. Actually, you know what'd be hilarious, Tevya, is if the time skip to the next season is long enough so we get adult John Kent, so essentially Bendis him without doing the time skip.
Yeah,
and then we're all like, funny. Oh, come on.
Yeah, that would be funny if we see adult John Kent.
Don't give Warner Brothers any ideas.
Oh, trust me, as a fan of the Snyderverse, I'm well aware of their ability to screw something up.
True, indeed. Speaking of Spider-Verse, we're getting the end of the Spider-Verse this year from the next slot, which that could go either way for the comic book. If they end Spider-Verse, fine. You want Spider-Verse to go, but oh my god, we end it at the DC. Do not show. Okay, what am I saying? Look, in the comics and Spider-Verse, fine, but don't go Spider-Go. That's my favorite character in Marvel. I don't want to get screwed up. Yeah, you know what? No,
Marvel has a long history of messing up Spider-Man, so
true, they do.
I have honestly, at this point, I have no faith in these companies because they have destroyed. No. That's why I said on my channel, I'm not reviewing any new stuff. Don't ask. Yeah. Anything after Endless Winter, nope. Because ultimately, it's a waste of content for me because I'm just gonna be angry all the time.
That's pretty much why I have gone to the comics and adaptation reviews too.
Yeah. The only thing I'm going to video game recap reviews. World Finest, Zero-End Flashbook, and Lovin' Book.
Yeah, the only thing I do is I review older stuff. Like right now, I'm prepping to review Jeff Johns' Green Lantern run. Fantastic run, by the way.
Yeah, that was amazing. Yeah. That is basically...
It's DC Star Wars, except good Star Wars.
I never knew
not to mention that they pretty much they should have done that. They had in the secret origin of Green Lantern. That was basically what the 2011 movie should have been.
It should have been that, but
it should have had good CGI and that. Yes, exactly.
And a good story. It should now do a Parallax. Parallax should have been saved later. Do not do them now.
Parallax should have. Well, first off, if they were really following the comics...
Why not just have Atrocitus be the main villain of that? Like
yes, Atrocitus. That would... And first off, or they could have just had Sinestro become a Yellow Lantern like they did in that animated movie.
They did an animated movie, First Flight.
And that was perfect.
It was perfect. Good movie. What the hell?
It was a really good movie. I'm like, I also loved that. Didn't they do an animated anthology series for Green Lantern, which is like Hal's story?
Yes.
And then it's like
Emerald Knights.
Yeah, I love that. This is what, see, so I'm telling you, even if the live action movies suck, like I'm pretty sure Flash is going to suck, but we have all these animated movies we can watch.
Seriously, we're probably going to do this? No.
He shows up and murders Connor again.
It would need to be a completely different version of Superboy Prime. It couldn't be the Superboy Prime because there's all the baggage that Superboy Prime has from Crisis on Infinite Earths, Infinite Crisis, Sinestro Corps War.
This is how they bring in Superboy Prime. Down,
Blackest Night,
what they can
Titans,
do. What they can do
arc from before New 52 happened, and then everything else.
Here's how they bring in Superboy Prime. You ready? It's like a quick cameo, So what they do is at some point during the season, they cut to someone watching Young Justice, because remember, he exists in a world where the hero stories are comic books, and he's watching the show.
Yep. Oh, that's pure genius.
Yeah, see, there you go. He doesn't have to be in the suit. He doesn't have to fight anyone. You just, because we'll know it's Superboy Prime.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Because Superboy Prime appeared in Death Metal. He appeared in this book.
That Francis Manapul.
Yeah, and in Death Metal, he was actually written better because Jeff Johns didn't have him be a representation of toxic fans who like the nostalgia of olden days.
He ought to be in Captain Marvel in Shazam, which is a good story. But the way they defeat him in that book confused me. Because, wait, what?
I'm like, wait a second. This is the dude that destroyed the Justice League and the Teen Titans at the same time, and Shazam beats him?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, not just him. Not just him. Black Adam and Captain Marvel will team to defeat him.
Okay, but I'm like, he fought the Justice League and beat them.
He did.
It took two Superman and 30 Green Lanterns to defeat him. What?
Yeah, that's true.
Not to mention that Sam story didn't even pick it up from where Superboy Prime was left off, because the previous time we saw him before the Shazam miniseries was in before New 52 happened, at the end of the Teen Titans comic arc, where they stuck him into the Source Wall. So how did he end up from the Source Wall to the magical lands in Shazam?
That's what I wonder.
Because comic books. And you know what's the sad part? Jeff Johns wrote that book too. I mean, what I mean is Jeff Johns wrote the book where he destroyed the Justice League, and he wrote the Shazam book. So I'm like, Jeff, I know you can see the discrepancy here of power.
And then he'd be in Death Metal. And Titan. And then he died.
Metal was.
I have that one. And
I don't think that
was
really cool. Was pretty much involved, or if he was involved in Death, does he have his name on that book?
I don't think so. No, that's
well, actually, yes, he does.
Scott Snyder.
No, it's Snyder and Jeff Johns. Yeah.
Okay, Scott Snyder managed to keep Jeff Johns on some kind of leash that don't go into Flanderizing this character anymore. We're gonna give him an ending.
He had a great send out. The Death tie-in with a good story. It was a good sound to Superboy Prime. It ended his story. He got a happy ending. He got me to the story, and it was here. So in my opinion, that did end his story. Beginning, middle, end. In the cards, final crisis. Well, that final time episode, and then Shazam, kind of sort of, and then Death Metal. Yeah, Superboy Prime.
Well, remember, it's the Omniverse, so that's all one Superboy Prime, supposedly.
Yeah. You can do it in every movie, but it can't do it on live action.
You know why? Because the suit. I will say what you want about Zack Snyder, but if you saw the image of John Stewart Green Lantern, the suit actually looked pretty.
Yeah, it looked great. I love that suit. It looked badass.
That's the thing about Zack Snyder. Say what you want about his movies. He knows how to make CGI look good.
Yeah, he knows visual amazing. Zack Snyder did one of the when it came out in a decade. It was a great movie. I like that movie on Blu-ray.
Imagine where we would be.
That's fine. I got my wish.
Imagine where we'd be if the Snyder Cut had come out instead of Craptus League.
Yeah, if that movie came out, it would have made it.
Basically, the Snyderverse would be over now, and we could have moved on from it already.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I agree. Trying to move on. But no, we'll never get that wish at this point. Well, we could have Discovery.
Wait until they establish DC Films, because then they'll be looking at what do people want. I still maintain hope that first we're going to get the Schumacher cut, we'll get the Ayer cut, and the Snyderverse. All three of those things I'm sure are going to happen.
Schumacher cut is 50-50 at this point, but who knows?
The Ayer cut probably because it required less work and less money than the Snyder cut did, and it fits within the $30 million price ceiling that Zaslav established. So I'm like, there's no reason not to.
Yeah.
Which is the reason why you can't Wonder Twins and can't some other stuff.
I'm like, thank you for canceling that Wonder Twins movie, because that was hard. I guarantee you the Green Lantern series is going to be canceled.
That thing never gonna come out. At this point, I gave that thing a long time ago.
Yeah, that's not that's been on development hell for so long
Years.
that the actors signed off to it are thinking, hey, how are we supposed to schedule our other projects?
And I'm sure honestly, I think the Flash is going to be canceled.
Yeah, that Flash.
Ezra keeps doing stuff, so at some point they'll be like,
anymore.
They'll be like, pull it.
Yeah,
no one wants that movie anymore. Mess. Basically, they should do that movie what they did with War of the Dead. Just put it on somewhere on a shelf that. You probably don't know about War of the Dead. That was a Finnish zombie movie set during the continuation war in the 40s.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so bad that it was finished in 2018. It was locked in a vault for 4 years before coming out in 2012. And then it was given a theatrical release. And that movie was so bad that when I went to see it with some of my friends, I could actually see people walking out of the theater.
That's funny.
No, but I think they'll legit take the Flash and put it on a shelf. They're not even going to dump it on HBO Max at this point.
Yeah, at this point, that movie, ever since Edge going to happen, I think they're going to put a plug.
But here's the question.
That's really sucks. I feel bad for the Korean team. We people direct everybody else to the cast. They don't deserve any shit.
Let's say they can't, but let's say they cancel it. That's supposed to reboot the DCEU. What do they do now?
Mm-mm.
Restore the Snyderverse. It's really simple.
Yeah, here's Snyderverse. The only option you have left.
And if they restore Snyderverse and continue it, we could get a live action John Kent.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could get a live action that.
All right, Super 10. Make it happen, DC. Yep.
Yeah, I'm like, there you go.
Yep. But anyways, let's get back to Rocket Dog. We kind of went over with DC. Yeah, the Rocket Dog. Okay, Rocket Dog. We do get to talk about the Rocket's son for a sec. I can maybe go about him. Yeah, he been in episode. It's actually very sad to see Rocket have autism. We got a very ending story, and I'm glad that they're mature and they don't mess it up. Gee, it's only way these writers know what the hell is mental health, unlike other writers or Hollywood in general. Because Hollywood, you actually have to line me back later. It's still on. All right, see you, man.
Yeah, I may be back later.
Okay.
Yeah, I could probably be one more hour, but I need to be at work in 2 hours. So one more hour, and then I need to leave for work.
All right. Me and Tanya will hold the fort. But if you can say 1 hour, then one thing. 1 hour. All right. Yeah, we're back at the Rocket Dog. Okay. Rocket Dog.
Where were we? Somewhere in the New Gods era.
Yeah, we were talking about Darkseid with the Apocalypse for a sec, and then we have Jones' son shows up from the future, and talks about the Alpha Arc and the Bug, aka Forge's villain from Scene 3.
Yes. Forager Shadons. Let's go. Which part were we at then?
I think we're still on at we're still on the whole I thought trying to be a Jew about Zod.
Okay, they were doing thing with stuff at New Genesis.
Yep.
And hold on, there's the Malefic and Mantis board the spear at the Kaiser Thrall. Malefic asks the pilot who he is, and he reveals his name is Lord Zod before the spear disappear. Red Larva, the Forager stuff. Super Town, action shouting in interdimensional vault, safekeeping, rocket devices, Orion talk to High Mother. So they ended up doing the thing with the interdimensional vault and something that they needed to enter the Phantom Zone.
Yeah, the Phantom Projector.
I think I said this last week too, but is it weird that Superman has been Superman this long and he never, and all the access he has to Kryptonian technology in the Fortress of Solitude, and he never came across the Phantom Zone projector or even learned about the Phantom Zone?
It's weird, but I accept it because it makes sense because Zod never appeared in the universe until now. But speaking of the Phantom Projector, we get to turn a laser and then for his arc, and I was so happy. Why? Because of laser, the great character. I'm glad he came back in this show. Now converted to Randy Cannon. I'm pretty happy, and I'm hoping we do get him with a story. Two things that are going to get him with this vibe. One, continue the story and find Aya. Two, find Aya. Because one, I love her character. She's a great character and she's a great robot. Intelligence.
Just.
If you're not secret Amazon, you know who Aya is. But she's a great character. And obviously your turn. Speaking of Ragnarok, we do guys see the Promethean, which is another active thing when you judges that destroy entire planet. And Valzar shows up, then to basically time spear with get the kind of fall to series of Metron Vault. But Metron said, nope, I'm gonna get Van the Doctor and I'm gonna share a kryptonite. It's pretty cool. Mm-hmm. I think what you think. Okay.
Sorry, I was rereading the wiki. So, what razor parts were you?
I'll define you later. Then when later, I'll talk to Metron.
Metron. Yeah, Metron was about the Razors, Red Lantern, and Blue Lantern stuff.
Yep. It's pretty cool.
Oh yes, here it is. Yes, now I found this part. Yes, so the problem, keep an interdimensional vault, continue quest, finding many promising clues, but each led to a dead end. Found the comfort Razor, but with all hope gone, I felt only anger could fuel his quest, and so came to regain his red ring.
Yep.
Yes, and then that eventually led to him basically having both rings.
Which is pretty badass.
Yes. Up to that point, because there's still that thing about it's basically being ignored in most medias and comics by now, but the Red Lantern rings, they basically are the second heart to the wielders, and take the ring off and you die. It's basically everyone ignores it and doesn't bother to take it on. So basically, you can have it and have it. You can have the red ring, take it off and put it back on. Basically, because no drama.
Yep.
No drama.
Yeah, but I don't think what's true. Trying to that all the way to Power My opinion would be kind of insane.
Yes. But the blue ring, having the blue ring, actually, that would have made more sense in how to get it back, get it not to be a death sentence. Take the red ring off. That would have been.
Which I'm all for that in my opinion, and it makes sense for red and blue ring to be better. And apparently, I was so happy. Tell you, sir.
Yes, some way to get that thing done.
Yeah, and we see Rayta and get to win. Tap mentioned in front of the face, and be happy. But then Valzar after comes in there for really pumped down the region. Not the region, I never say. Valzar after show up and mentioned bolt. Get the Atomic Cellular. Which is now after coming to also Superman. To battery. They get the Phantom Projector, then do Mantis. Yeah, Mantis! Now I remember, yeah, Mantis. Mantis has to get the Phantom Projector to get the active Phantom Projector. The Phantom Projector opens into the fan zone, and this guy is out on to escape.
High left for figuring it. Oh, yeah, this character.
Yeah, the bug character.
Yeah, those bug characters, they are still.
Human and guy Booster going your judge. It's possible. I didn't really see Booster going your judge. Maybe it's Booster going in 5.
Yeah, but they couldn't use Booster Gold as a young character like that. He should be still a basically what the character is, a washed up football star who ruined his own reputation.
Yeah.
So be somewhere in his mid to late 20s kind of character, and not a young man, not some late teenager who could be in there.
Well, we got Tegra died. Shit. Yeah, whatever. You just got Butcher go up here, man. Butcher got team with how many last. Ooh! I mean, what I mean, happy.
Either that way, or he could be it could be like that, or they could do it like that. Or they could say that he has been a known character in the past, or back when Ted Cord was still Blue Beetle, but no one has seen him since or before Ted Cord died, and he basically comes back to say that he's been stuck in some time shenanigans or being jailed for whatever time shenanigans he had been doing. Because that's actually something else that mostly when DC does some stories that the timeline is being done, things like that, the people always jump into the Flash did something. Flash is the one who changed the time, and Flash did it again, and god damn it, Barry for doing this again. No one ever brings the Booster Gold up anymore, and the fact that Booster Gold, who actually is a time traveler, who could have done all that.
I'm surprised Booster Gold not showing Dark Crisis. That kind of confused me. Wait a second. Speaking of Booster Gold, I'm like, where is your time? The fuck you doing? Damn it! Ugh, I hate the Dark Crisis. The Dark Crisis tie-in was so bad and mean-spirited. Don't read that time. That time Dark Crisis would drive me crazy. It would drive me mental. Wait till you back.
Okay, he was in the Young Justice issue. Was it a cameo or? Okay, yeah, he was there.
Yeah.
During the funeral scene.
That tie was not great. It's probably more at the side, but it don't mean spirit and stupid. Yeah. Anyways, tell him. You see him? Hello.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh.
Alright, I'm back.
Good, you're back.
Yeah. Speak out of Rocket We should bug by the rocket hole. Okay. After you know the Razor after the beat up the punishment in the face, very happy. She said made the forager. Not all four the other forager. I think made the two
Some
foragers.
other forager because they are all called foragers.
Yeah. It's kind of confusing, more being right. Weird. But basically, you know, they we just say forager, other forager. She was pretty cool, and then he had to read at the Genesis and tell John Kellogg that tell how Jones say hi, and we have it, Green and Cannon, yay, yep, and I did Peter later. I'm waiting to come and see fun, I see my way to dance. But meanwhile we got a subplot with the Wii Super the Superman first with the I love that one pretty cool. And then we still get the Bun Island. Yay! And they explain their mission. What they're missing? But they're kinda can't. Why? Talking about Wii Superman, John. Yep. And here's the thing. Here's the thing about that. They took up on the Bendis comic, but did it better. I'm not kidding. You remember all John and Superman bullshit, right? Danny, you remember, right?
Yep.
They may take that storyline, but make kind of can't define who these superheroes. Yes?
Alright.
Ugh.
My Pika, what do you think?
Because in the Bendis run, he was thrown into Gem World.
Yeah, which is stupid.
Yes.
But that made no sense because wait a second. Comic shit was in Gem World. Gem World got rebooted in 1952. You can't reboot something. It doesn't make any sense. That's so stupid. Can't even easy to cut the fuck.
Gem World was better done when Jeremy Adams went with Wally West there.
Yes, I agree.
Gem World.
Yep. Don't bother looking up. That's not Young Justice. That's more. That's better, but internet. But again, the TV show took with the content which is super fun, go drunk and fun, which is bullshit. But they changed the content. Gee, it's almost like why you give it to everybody. We should already know what they're doing. Not Bendis. They took that story by Bendis bullshit, but did it better. And I like that part.
A lot of those writers need to be.
They need to go back to writing class.
Agreed. But anyway, basically back on track. But you know what the Rocket and what at the don't forget Super the anime movie that came out. Yeah, I know. I'm looking for that movie. Yeah, I'm looking for that movie. That's my most movie ever. That is on top of the list. That's my most movie going this year. They ran screwed up. Don't screw it up, DC, please. You're
my only criticism towards that animated movie of the details that have been released so far, they should have kept the main characters their original ages.
Wait, I thought they all carrying their little ages.
They're not. They're actually stating that they're teens.
What?
Teens is a wide range because you start being a teenager when you turn 13
or 11.
Not exactly, but you get a teen, but you're at the teen part because there's the 11 and 12 and then 13. Mm-hmm. That's why they call teenagers.
Right? Because if you remember when Damien first meets John, right, he is 13.
Yes, and
10.
Yeah, and John is 10. So there is that age difference between them, but still enough time for them to get to know each other and become good friends.
Yes.
But
so
the
it's
thing that
50-50.
but the thing that John has on his side is his height.
Yeah,
He's
he's
taller
tall.
than Damien, even though
That's
he's
funny.
10.
Yep. That's hilarious.
And if you remember in the Super Sons stories, what were their responses to each other?
Like I'm
older
than
than you, John. I'm taller than you.
Yeah, that's
right.
weird.
Right. This is actual things that kids do.
Yep.
And if that isn't sort of like integrated into the story, it could very well flop the sales.
Yeah.
So I'd also take note that maybe DC are preparing for maybe a flop in sales because they have set it up that particular way.
Let's hope that's not the case. What's the museum? That's the last hope, the last chance.
Because in that, it's not honoring the source material.
Yeah. And maybe Star the Conqueror. Which that convenient, but I need to do my 2 video I made of a thing. Starro, he's a Judgment Giver, and that's 2% fret. That's way too high.
I agree with that
Who
point.
knows?
The threat level villain doesn't suit their characters, which we have seen in the comics.
Yeah.
It should actually be something a little bit under that.
Like Kid Amazo.
Yes.
Yeah, Kid Amazo. But
and I
fine,
remember,
if you want to start to conquer, that's fine, that could work. If they do it correctly, they don't mess it up. Who knows? But that's not topic on to go. That's not a topic for another day. We can do an entire part and not movie eventually or anything comes out in September. Maybe, again, I said September, but it's just a rumor. It could be true or not, so it's not the grand start to get a official release date. But anyway, back to Rocket Arc.
Yep.
Basically, we talk about Razor, we talk about New Genesis, kind of, sort of. We talk about Zod. Bowser activate the Phantom Projector. Phantom Projector activate because the Phantom, Connor Kent, and Zone's on way to escape. But the Phantom Projector gets blown up. Guess who blows up? Just guess. Guys?
It blows up at the. Where did it blow up?
It got blown up by the Legion superheroes.
Was it the Hall of Justice?
No. No, the Phantom
Projector.
No,
if it was Bendis writing, it would be the Hall of Justice.
Well, indeed. Yeah, the Phantom Projector gets blown up by the Legion superheroes. And then stupid Flat and then Jake Garrick. Oh yeah, Jake Garrick actually would Jake Garrick would unlock it. Would be cool. We get to see actually the team at the fight against Balzad and fight against the Kaiser Flow. The Green gets killed off by Balzad, very badass, very dark, but very bad throwing. 40 minutes of Green Lantern! Yay! Not all 40, they are 40. You know, the Freeman Forger?
Yeah, that became a Green Lantern.
Yeah, pretty cool. I'll tell you, what you been for to become Green Lantern?
Not very much at the moment until I actually get around to watching it.
Yeah.
Did they at least make it look real well for the character earn that prize?
Yeah, it would actually earned. It would actually pretty badass. Kiko, what do you think?
Yeah, somewhat like that. It is. Do something to earn the ring. Basically, the Jessica Cruz way of earning the ring.
Yeah, pretty badass. Tomo Ray Sacramento when I wanted to start the Promethean from blowing up the New Genesis.
Tomo Ray dies all the time.
Yeah, but I think it was a very sad death. It actually made sense. The Blue Devil, it actually made sense. Pretty cool. Because then it comes in there with the Kilowog holding Tomo Ray's body, quite in there, guys, super good death. But with Kilowog and Tomo Ray. Pretty cool. I love that Easter egg. Val's already escaped with the leadership build, thanks to the leadership unit Connor Turnbull, connect to Bioship. And this sets up the final arc, the Nightwing arc.
Yeah, the final one where with the one with that actually is about the Phantoms.
Yep.
The Phantom Zone, about the story finally reaching the what the name of the season was building up to. With Connor now in the Phantom Zone, his memories are going back and forth, and he basically doesn't know what there is anymore, because basically all the memories he has, they end up as a fraction that are disconnected, and connecting them just ends up creating some narrative that he is not sure that he is that what is real. He actually thinks he killed Superman, and then there was also the Nightfall homage to how he pulled Bane in breaking Batman's back.
Yes.
And then eventually he finds Zod, and
Zod finds him. Zod finds him first.
Okay, yeah, they find him, and then it's actually there it was here in the New Genesis where Lord Zod he made the first attempt at rescuing Zod from the Phantom Zone, and Connor stopped that from happening, thinking it was something else, something more dangerous and that thing. And then they realized that Connor was not sentenced there, and that he was someone else, and that he is also a Kryptonian, and then that he is a member of House of L, and he was then Superman, and they learn that what has happened to Krypton. Basically, Dale as old as time, being told yet again.
Yeah.
And then
Supergirl.
Yeah, and Supergirl is also there, but we don't. Did we see Supergirl in any kind of cameo form before she was shown in the final scene of the last episode?
No, they only mentioned Supergirl. They don't show her until the end of the entire arc. When she's defeating Fury.
Yeah. But anyway, at during the same time, that's when Zatanna goes to Nightwing, and they decide to start looking into going to the Phantom Zone with the school bus, and at the same time also they also saw some kind of signs of the Phantom Zone, and with Miss Martian and the others who then go to the Legion of Superheroes who went to Superman, and then give him, and they go also try to go get to the Phantom Zone. So basically we have two parties trying to do the same thing.
Yep.
Separately.
We also had Phantom Girl. Phantom Girl had to help with the Connor Kent. All yes. Of the Connor Kent, and now I will put Zod. Now Zod is my leader. Because his mind is fractured, programmed beyond repair, thanks to the zone sickness. And he got manipulated by Zod to basically devoke programming. Add a kindness, basically a weapon for a trooper, which Red Sun. Which is gas at the foot of him, right? Oh, yeah. Speaking of the Spider-Man, we all did do the Kaiser Fall. Who the Kaiser Fall you about to ask? And what's that doing? No, they're not never in Halo. Guess who it is? Guess. Just guess. Guys? Give up?
No idea.
It's Danny Chase.
Ah, yes. That character that we mostly know because Linkara has been crying about him being gone.
Yep. I was sorry he had to be in the show. Why? Because one, this kid is very underrated. 2, this character needs something to come out of the bullshit from DC. 3, I tried to write a team make this character come back. It was so genius, so badass. Very sad and depressing. But goddamn, he went out of Halo. It's so cool. I'm glad he came out, baby. Yay! Well, the way you guys brain got thrown in the box. Holy shit, that's brutal. And very dark.
Yeah, not something that you expect to see.
Yeah.
Time.
But
Or
they pulled out somebody. But we get the things pretty cool. We get the all three teams. Okay, technically we have 3 teams trying to get the Rams out. One is Bendigo and Miss Martin team. Second team we got the Nightwing team. Third team is the Superheroes. Oh yeah, we got a subplot with Geoforce. Right, Peter, what do you think Geoforce story?
I don't know. Basically, Geoforce is basically made a more active ruler of Markovia, but in other words, he doesn't come across as very likable character anymore.
Yeah, he's more being manipulated by the light. Which the Geoforce subplot, my man. If I had one good chick in the season, the Geoforce subplot was so necessary.
I remember the light. They came in season 2, if I remember.
Yes, right? The other man season 3 in this season. That's Savage's group.
Yeah.
Which the white do get all the control, but we'll get that with actually, you know what, we watch back for it because this game we probably would have gone with the planned. But speak of the audience environment for the Geoforce subplot, I mean, and honestly, Geoforce subplot went nowhere. If I won't give it win the arc, the Geoforce subplot was unnecessary. We didn't need that episode. Don't know, the great end of Halo, but we went nowhere with this story, with this season.
Yeah, Geoforce is basically not just left to be basically a stand in Black Adam who's this place is that Markovia is a refuge to all the other metals who want refuge. Basically what Black Adam made Conduct be in Doomsday Clock.
Yeah. So the comment at Doomsday Clock with Young Justice. That makes sense.
Yeah. Strange how Black Adam has not actually been anything in any form used in Young Justice as
you didn't see the one. You didn't see the one.
Yeah, in season 1 he was essentially just a lackey.
Yeah.
And basically, and so seeing how we saw that Joker having a lash out of having been used as a lackey, how has Black Adam not basically gone to the light and basically torn them apart like he says he does with most tyrants who use people as lackeys and chest pieces and unwilling slaves. Where is Black Adam's reaction to that?
Maybe he didn't give it to him. He said, fuck it, I don't care. Like, I'll just do whatever I want. Look at him. Yeah, whatever. Who knows? Maybe he'll come back in another season. Who knows? Speaking of that, we buy Bad Boy.
Okay. I still have 30 minutes and I need to leave for work.
Yeah.
All right, then.
All right. Okay. Nightwing and the rest of the crew, they go to fans of Bunnery. They find Connor is so brainwashed. But,
yes. Yeah, and they try to have some kind of some discussion with Zod and their people that about everything that these people, they have served their sentences.
Yeah.
And it would be morally correct to release them. But on the other hand, there's also the fact that what they would do if they were released. So there's that other moral conundrum on not actually. They're basically stuck between a rock and a hard place in that in that sense.
Yeah. Which Nightwing team do try to go to that team, but that does not go through. Zod didn't give it to him. So no, that is crap. So Nightwing tried to attack Zod, which was a team that did not work. But Nightwing does go one more point to Kryptonite. That did not work either. Because they're not working for himself.
Yeah,
Oops.
Kryptonite doesn't work there because mostly because what was it? Because they have not been exposed to yellow sun and don't have the powers, so there's no Kryptonite to weaken them. So basically, if you use Kryptonite to a Kryptonian or Krypton, then of course it doesn't work.
Yeah. Which basically at the gets Miss Martin team to open a boom tube to another planet with the red sun. Balzar destruct that plan into again the kaiser fall from being changed to control, and Zod gets free with Ursa and another join. Oh yeah, we also had a House of L member from Krypton also in Venom too. I'm not joking.
Who was that?
I think it's the obscure super villain. Very
Temporal
obscure.
Empress.
No, not anyone Empress. No, a different character. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're not missing much of the Easter egg.
Hold on. Let me wiki it. We can see. Devourers. Okay. Cruel.
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, okay. Sent Holophel, Krypton came the Zod and Gambit with great through Zod and his guest Superboy. They kneel before Zod, work with the other. Yeah. Cousin of Jor-El and the family's black sheep. Brilliant inventor was imprisoned for developing dangerous weapons.
Yep.
Pretty obscure character.
Yeah, super obscure. I didn't know about this guy. I don't know what.
Yeah, the wiki says that this was the first time the character is shown in animation. But I don't even remember any comic book stories where the character could have appeared before.
Neither did I. Weird. But yeah, we brought that forward. It's probably going to be a little longer than we planned. I got rid of Valley, but I know you got rid of bed. But speaking of, I know we do see a team out on the can. That plan fails. Boom 2 opens to the next planet thanks to Mid Martian. Valzar, not Valzar, wait. What is that? You know what? Not Valzar, you know what? Fuck it. General's son, set the plan. They stop it at the Superman in order to get into Titanfall, and then Zod is free. Next to Ursa, next to the other Krypton. Another Krypton, I forget her name. Probably Zod's army.
Faora, or was it Faora, or Faora Huul? Was it Faora?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was Faora. They were the. No, not Faora. She was stuck in the Phantom Zone as well. Devourer, not that. Not that. Well, anyway, they pretty much what happens that they managed to get the Zod and Ursa managed to get out, and Lord Zod got them to Fortress of Solitude to start their.
They go to Fortress of Solitude. They enter the two chambers. Nightwing made go outside, throw two battering out the thing, it explodes, and Valzar made go out and kills him by forming a statue.
Yeah.
But spoiler, Nightwing is death.
Nah.
Yay.
It's not exactly a great way to full death, because even if you try to slow down your heartbeat, it would be still visible that you're breathing.
Yeah.
But suspension of disbelief, I guess.
Yep. But he did cut his own head.
Yeah. Then the bioship crash landed to next to the fortress. They fought and Miss Martian pulls yet another fake death illusion.
Yes. With Zod's son, not Zod, General Zod with his wife. Also got the Emerald Empress.
Yes, and then give Superman the same join us or die bitch. Superman
pass.
No passes, and that leads to the final episode where they then go to Metropolis and say, here's your Superman, he is defeated. Here's your Superboy, he is with us. Now you join us or end up like Superman.
Yep. And then we got flashback to be to conquer entire life. Which here's the thing. As a fantasy man family, I was so happy with this revelation that John is calling an uncle. Well, no, calling a John uncle, my bad. And the fact that Connor did the bigger John Kent made me so happy. Because this show proved to me that the Superman family we never get to Connor and John and drive each other correctly. And the fact that we got flashback with John and Birdman made me even more happy.
Yeah.
It's only when
or
you know what the fuck they're doing.
Context.
Yep.
Or it works as a concept. It could be shown that it could work in a concept, but to carry that concept, it's still. They should actually have the next season show that concept being carried in not just in the background, but also in the true next generation form. Yep. The characters.
Which I think we may get that in scene 5. But anyway, long story short, the Superman family went to Zod family pretty badass. I love that fight. Miss Martin breaks fitting on with Mario the badass. Rocket appeared at the time spear. Thank you, Metron. Yay! Yeah, Metron had to have Rocket had to get the movie badass. I love that moment. They defeated the Zod family. Thanks to our team to kick ass. They said today, the time you use the magic word pretty bad. Operate, you one big goal. The best out army be badass. All of the kids they convert to fight the final battle. Conan gets saved thanks to Miss Martian be badass. And then we see all the team fight General Zod. It's pretty cool. They defeat Zod. They defeat the Miss Martin's brother. And well, I don't have it. Well, kind of. There's that one little time plot thread left about General Zod's son. Guess what happened to him? Guess. Just guess.
Yeah, the guy basically gets written out.
He gets blown up. By the same bomb.
Yeah, great predestinational paradox. There was a body, and when there was a body where Connor was thought to be dead, and they needed a body there because Connor didn't die, so.
Yep, thanks to Metron. Like it's pure genius. Like I remember when it gets blown up. It's dark, it's brutal, but it makes sense. Problem solved. That solved that problem. But wait, there's more. Basically, that son died, but General Zod's son is going to be born again.
Yes, but not as that version of him.
Not that version, by Emerald Empress. And basically, the defeat General Zod and having the Uzi superhero to get back their own time in the Brainiac 5. Yay! Ed Blaney. He showed up in the episode. With Mary Abby.
Oh,
I was Ed Blaney in the
Brainiac
show.
5. Yeah.
He probably really superheroes.
Yes. Yes. And then they got to the final parts.
Yep.
The wedding that was supposed to happen at the beginning of the season then happened here in the final episode.
Yep. I mean, John can't get the ring.
And Black Canary got to tell that let's do Heroes in Crisis the right way.
Let's do Sanctuary. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we never got into the Beast Boy subplot. Damn it, we forgot.
Yeah, Beast Boy. Yeah, Beast Boy was basically being all. He had also the arc that I don't know if it dragged on for too long, but it was basically just him being in a slump that he never managed to pick himself up out of.
He did pick him up. He
at
picked
the
him
very
up
end.
Black Canary talking to Bunny, and Bunny admit that Beast Boy needed help. Yeah, Beast Boy finally help Bunny. Made Happy Man and Black Canary. Thank Black Canary for helping him. And this set the Sanctuary. What's Sanctuary? We talked about Sanctuary, but
we spoke about Sanctuary already.
But twice. So I'm not gonna bring that up again. But if they do hear the praise, for love of God, make it good. Don't adapt after the story. Is crap, but do it better. Do make Sanctuary great. And I'll be happy. But overall, it's probably what we're going to plan. But overall, they set Sanctuary. Sort of Beastboy brings it with the princess, but you guys said, you know what? That's not Raven. Yay! Raven Beastboy coming out after all. That we have that in scene 5. But the wedding happens, and every happy ever after. John gets to give the ring to at the Connor and McGann. Yeah, happy because his friendship with Barry. Can I just say, I love John Cannon in the show. He's so adorable. And David Way adorable too.
I do actually like the animation that I have seen for both of the Super Sons related characters.
Yeah, it's so cute. I'm John doing very adorable. I'm very happy with that. I really. Oh, sorry,
I am thinking that if the Super Sons are really going to be pulled off well, it might not be through the animated movie, but quite likely it could actually be through the Young Justice series, just because of how the animation is.
Yep.
And this is why I have pointed out when we've talked on the issue of the animated movie. That I think it would be better if it was done sort of more like the Young Justice animation, not the CG one that they've got planned.
That CG one, I mean, I'm very, very cautious with. I'm very amazing. I'm happy about it, but I'm also worried, but we'll see. I'm just going to keep my hope very high on that one.
Yeah.
But we'll see. But basically, I think overall, this was that scene of, the post-credit scene. With, we get the Female Furies. Who are the new Female Furies? Mary Marvel, which you may know already, and surprise, Supergirl.
Should be interesting.
Indeed. So mostly just seeing how they build up on that, and because when I went through the Supergirl origin story.
Yep.
Aren't they missing Big Barda? Because isn't she Fury as well? If I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, she was, or is she still here? One of them.
Yeah. Ta-da! Found it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Barda is still running the show.
Big Barda. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. They would have been in scene 3. Yeah. What Ashina and whatever they were in scene 3. So
yeah, looks really intimidating for a character.
Yeah.
And I think they sort of...
Here's my theory. My theory Supergirl will get saved by the Superman family. I think they will save her. And hopefully they're going to become a hero again. I hope.
Yeah. Kara looks kind of pale in the sense that the character is a blonde character, but her hair looks like kind of pale. That she is mentally older than she appears to be. Like that is a teenage girl, but she is mentally likely very much older. Much feels older and more harsher and colder character. Following her experiences in being in the Phantom Zone.
Yes.
And not to mention, bringing her back to the good guys side is not going to be easy, because she does not have any connections to Superman and either Superboys we have here.
Yeah.
No.
So my Megan, like Justice 2, my man, that story. I'm up with that story.
About the only thing that she might have in connection to Superman, if they go with it in the story, is that they might do something similar to what happened in the Injustice.
Yeah, Injustice 2.
Injustice 2, but they might also add some of their own content to which she remembers the name Kal-El.
I can see that being the case.
And like once she hears Superman's real like Kryptonian name.
Oh, you're back.
What's up? I'm back.
Yeah. Like once she hears his Kryptonian name, like yes, she can see that he's a Kryptonian when she's might be in a bit of a fight.
It could cause a pause to her whatever rampage or motivation.
She might ask, "What's your name?" And then he answers, "Well, my Earth name's this, but my parents gave me this." And then that will be her clicking moment as to
it could
what
be the
the hell has happened
not
in
stop,
this time.
But a pause.
Yeah.
When you think Injustice 3 will come? Injustice 3 may come eventually, but who knows? Maybe.
It'll probably come. It'll probably come when Tom Taylor is done ruining John Kent.
Probably when NetherRealm find me Injustice 3 after the whole disclaimer.
When NetherRealm needs to do something to justify why they're still employed.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, we got back for what do you think on the Rocket Arc? We gotta hear you find Rocket Arc the whole.
All right, so there's a lot of things I really liked about this arc. First off, it was the whole. I like Rocket in the show. I think she's a really good character. Seeing her like dealing with being a superhero parent, like the absentee parent kind of.
Yeah.
And then I like seeing the interplay between her and Orion. She's like, he's the son of Darkseid. Can we actually trust him? And then he earns her trust. And then I like seeing her interact with all the New God stuff, because then she becomes the diplomatic one. And plus, it was kind of cool seeing a Forge or alien become a Green Lantern. So I was like, oh, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, I got that moment with the Green Lantern. It's very important for the Green Lantern to be badass. Even Balzar, he gonna get to where with the Phantom Zone. That was intense and insane. Mm-hmm. Pretty cool.
And then probably my favorite part is just seeing Razor and him fighting Metron.
Metron.
Because and it's like, it's just Metron doing an experiment. Of course, it's Metron doing an experiment. At this point, it's like he's doing so many experiments in the show, they might as well rename him Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Yeah. Let's go ahead, Metron.
Yeah, he's what Bill Nye would be like if he had a chair of omniscient knowledge.
Indeed.
It's just, but yeah, and just seeing Metron become a half Blue Lantern and half a Red Lantern. I did not see that coming. I was like,
that'd be badass. And he's trying to find Aya.
Because I've seen like occasionally they'll have like in the Dark Multiverse Blackest Night, they had Sinestro become a half a White Lantern, half a Black Lantern. So I've seen that, but it's kind of cool seeing the duality between the Blue Lanterns, which are Hope, and the Red Lanterns, which is Rage. But I love how going into the Rage thing. If you watch the Green Lantern animated series, they kind of changed the Red Lantern oath, because the Red Lantern oath is more about eating people's hearts and blood. But in the show, in the Green Lantern show, they significantly PG'd the hell out of that thing.
Because can't traumatize kids with such mature themes and topics.
Then why use a Red Lantern? Their whole thing is eating people's hearts.
But your heart is pretty much the Red Lantern, because usually the Red Lantern
crave your heart and your demise.
And they vomit blood. I'm like, what? Why are you using Red Lanterns? You could have used Sinestro Corps if you're really that concerned with PG.
I think
that series was not that series was not at that point yet when they would have. They had Sinestro, but Sinestro was still wearing the Green
Lantern. Voting Long Perman was pretty cool.
I was like, all right, I guess. They always have great voice actors playing Sinestro, and actually great actors in general, because they were showing about the Green Lantern movie. I thought they picked a good guy to play Sinestro. I just wish he got to do more.
Mark Strong did Sinestro fantastic.
Sinestro is one of those characters that, like I said in my Injustice Year 2 video, that you actually have to admire not what Sinestro does, but how he does it.
Yeah. He never been Injustice 2 comic, and the way he, I don't want to spoil that comic if you're not with it yet.
I do say, I love in Jeff Johns' Green Lantern run the way that they establish the Yellow Lanterns, because all it is that you'll be reading just one part of the storyline. Then it'll just hard cut to like someone else, and then all of a sudden you have the ability to overcome great fear.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And even Batman, he's like, "The hell was that?"
That's funny. Yeah.
And then instead of Batman, the ring went to Amon-Sur, and then from Amon-Sur it would have gone to Scarecrow, which actually says a lot, because when it comes to the most people who could instill fear on people on the space sector, on 2814 space sector, it basically goes Batman, and then Amon-Sur, and then it goes to Scarecrow.
He's more
is the third scariest guy.
Yeah, Scarecrow with the Yellow Lantern, that was funny. That makes sense.
Here's my one complaint with like Blackest Night, when everyone got rings, and I talked about this on my show when I had a Green Lantern fan on. Why didn't Superman get a Blue Lantern ring? He's the embodiment of hope.
He was already a Black Lantern at that point.
No, but they broke Wonder Woman out of being one to make her a Star Sapphire. So I'm like, they could have done that.
True.
I'm like, wait a second. He's the embodiment of hope.
But then they bury out the embodiment of hope, because the Blue Lantern wing of hope. Because reasons. It's still a great story, but I do agree that criticism. But I think I'm going to great art, and the way the arc ended, wow, that was brutal. When Tomo Bitty died in that story, made depressing. But holy shit, the way that story ended, pretty cool. Balzar escapes. Not Balzar. What am I saying? I keep getting Balzar and Donald Sun mixed up. It's so confusing. Why do you have the same name? You have Balzar and then you have Donald's son.
It's a surname.
It's a surname, yeah. It's kind of like L, as in Cal L, Jor-El.
Jor-El, Roy-El. Yeah, it's confusing. But anyway, welcome to the story of the arc, and the way that the story of the story and the good story bit. But what's the brand of the Nightwing arc? Because we got fast forward to the Nightwing arc.
The Nightwing arc I thought was pretty cool, because Zatanna shows up and goes, "Superboy is alive. Can you help me?" And Nightwing's like, "Sure." Well, here's the thing. At this point, I'm surprised it took him that long to believe her that that Connor's alive, because when you think about all the stuff that this team has encountered in these 4 seasons, you would think he would say it's an average Tuesday now at Young Justice. So you might as well just go. I'm like, they fought Darkseid, Mongol, like evil, like witches. At this point, he might as well just say, okay, cool, let's just go.
Right, even Chaos Lords.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, oh, all right. But I did like how they assembled pretty much the original team, except for Rocket. But I'm like, okay, this is actually really cool. How they're the ones that go and try and get Connor.
I think Rocket got to get Connor as well. Because remember, at the end of Rocket Arc, Rocket go back to Earth with Jake Eric, Forger. Not the other Forger. The other Forger became Green Lantern because Tomoe died. And they got the Valzad. Not Valzad. You know what? This is getting confusing. For now, I'm going to go General Zod's son. Because if I become Valzad, I become Earth 2 Valzad.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, my General Zod's son gets to read the superheroes. After she would destroy the family zone protector, he could pissed off and go after them in the bioship. And with Mid-Martin's brother. And they escape to the, not the time stream, they escape inside the hyperspace thing. I forget the subspace. Yeah, subspace. Oh yeah, Fender lady, Fender girl. She get away and the sound girl.
First off, I love the way the Legion was utilized in this season, particularly Phantom Girl, because like she saved Superboy. She's the reason why they're in the thing. She tries to bring him out, and then she's like, "Okay, I can't do this. Let's get out of here. I'm gonna get reinforcements." And then she basically tells them, "Yeah, Connor's alive." So
brainwashed by General Zod.
But brainwashed by General Zod, which I'm like, okay. But what's kind of funny is I noticed that a bunch of Zod had this problem with the House of El, but if you look in the background, there are like multiple unnamed Kryptonians with the House of El crest. So I'm like, obviously you don't have that one with
the obscure character.
Yes, but I'm like, wait a second. If you have a problem with the House of El, why are you employing someone from the House of El?
Like, apparently that guy was a criminal. Apparently that guy, the black sheep out of his family.
All right, I guess. But
very good weapons.
I did like, first off, the reveal that it was General Zod. I'm like, oh,
that was cool.
I know what they're doing here. So immediately I'm down with it because I love when the Kryptonians invade, because it's like, because when you have people as powerful as Superman, but an army of them invading, that's a pretty badass fight.
Yeah,
and it was
cool.
But I liked where how they're all doing that chant, and all of a sudden Superboy succumbs, and then I like how it pays off in the end when Ms. Martian finally reminds him of who he is, and you see the flashbacks to all the different seasons. I was like, oh, I'm getting a little emotional here.
Also a bonus. I didn't before you went back. We do get to at the iconic remember at the Superman family with my boy John. I was so happy. Why? Because it's so at the con at the John uncle. And that made me happy because what happened before? This is about years ago. Like, hopefully, the perfect can't out to see the perfect John Kent. So adorable.
I will say though, when I saw Damian and then John in like Young Justice, immediately, you know what popped in my mind? Oh man, Tevia's gonna love this season. I was like, oh boy. As soon as I saw the Super Sons, I was like, oh boy.
I jumped into joy in season 3. When I saw both Damian and Baby and John Baby in season 3, I jumped to joy.
As soon as I saw Red Hood, I was like,
oh.
Yeah, but Red Hood has just been hanging out and not being pretty much anything.
He's just there.
He's there.
He's pretty much not even Red Hood. He's just another amnesticized ninja who's probably mind controlled, and if not just mind controlled, maybe just a remote controlled role.
You know what they should do? Like with having Red Hood there, they could actually work on, say, the Under the Red Hood arc.
They could have seen 5. We could see
like even if
scene 5.
like they do. They will need to introduce the character back so he can come back to the Bat family. If you think about it. But whilst they're leaving it, they might be actually be leaving it for the next season. But also in this time too, they might be using it to age up the character or age up the Super Sons a little bit more.
Yeah.
So by the time we do actually get to see the characters in the next season, guess who could be on Batman's doorstep?
Damien.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then we're going to have to somehow get the introduction between Damien and John. Now, whether that takes place in the actual season or they might hold off until the next season after that.
Yeah. Well, here's how you do that.
With the TMNT, I'm going to cover this.
Here's how I can see that introduction happening. So Bruce tries to raise Damien, has no idea what to do. So he's like, hey, Clark, you have a son. He's like, you have more experience with this. You're a normal human being. I know. You handle this.
But then, that's a jerk.
Everyone else Bruce has raised. So.
Yeah, I've got this clone son. I've got this son.
My kids keep dying from crowbars and bombs, so you take care of my kids.
I wish you could understand the rest of that dying universe. Thank God.
But one thing I like about in the actual storytelling of the Super Sons is that you actually get to see the different points of view to how the fathers raise their children, like together in the same story, and the way Tomasi executes that is top tier.
Yeah. Yeah, I may have it. I may have it. Well, but speaking of that, I completely forgot about it. I think I can't read. What's the finale of Arc hold? What's the way in Arc Arc if you have to wait that arc or any arcs?
Let's see. Well, I definitely. What I will say though, my favorite arc is probably either the Magic one because I love Zatanna. She's one of my favorite superheroes, particularly in this show. I think they play her really well. And the one because as a big Superman fan, the one where he and Connor just house Zod. We're not in sync.
Okay, it's over 7 now.
I'm like, okay.
Because things never need to leave for work now. Keep going at this and see you on the Superman and Lois stream.
Yep.
No problems. Thanks for dropping in, Pika. Have yourself a good week.
See ya,
dude. But yeah, so as a Superman fan and being able to, because he's one of the characters that doesn't get a lot of attention in the series, probably because it's Young Justice, but still, we never saw him like tag team with Superboy and for some reason. So I'm like, yes.
Indeed.
So it's probably that for that reason, because I'm a big fan whenever they because Zod's like one of the few villains where Superman can let loose and doesn't have to hold back.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yes.
And see Zod Army on the show is pretty cool. I love that movie when it's played with Zod Army. Those are badass. And holy shit. But nothing actually was so cool. They tried to take Zod Army down. It failed midway because spoilers Zod would get the Eye of Ekron. What the Eye of Ekron?
It's basically a future Green Lantern thing.
Future Green Lantern, you know.
I did like that though. As soon as I saw the Eye of Ekron go toward Zod's wife, I was like, "Oh, that's actually an interesting way to do that." I was like, "Oh, I mean, of course it was going to happen." As soon as I saw him grab the Eye of Ekron, I'm like, "Someone's going to become Emerald Empress."
Yep. I never thought it was Zod's wife. I had seen him coming. Badass.
But I'm like, a Kryptonian. Now that's interesting.
Yep. It does open the door for a lot of shit with the future. Speaking of the future, we'll get to that. Actually, no, what am I saying? We'll get that now. But speaking of feeding, we do get to see the Chameleon Boy fight against not much man, fight against Ms. Martin's brother.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. That might be better. Round 2, it's pretty cool. We
I
also
love when
get
they
that.
grab. I love when like the Legion grab Ms. Martian's brother and just pull him into the concrete. I was like, oh yes,
that'd be badass.
This battle got like really brutal, so I was like, yes.
It got brutal. Oh, speaking of credit, I want to ask, what do you think Danny Chase to be in the show?
I was like, first off, seeing Danny catch, I was like, what? So, but I enjoyed it. I thought he was a cool addition. Kind of redundant because they already have someone that can open a mother box. Her name is Halo, or their name is Halo. But the point is that I'm like, I get what they were doing. It's a nice way to link to the metahuman trafficking theme of season 3. So I'm like,
OG contents.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, okay, that's actually really cool. I get how they did it, and I liked. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying I like seeing him destroy a Martian. That was really cool.
Yeah, I mean, but also I was happy to see Danny Chase in this season because Danny Chase done Johnny shit in the comments. They have done nothing for decades. I know they killed him off in the 80s, which just sounds depressing. What the hell? But especially I haven't seen it in this universe. Yet it is so bad because the brain you put in the box, which that's brutal. But he still went better. Hello, I'm very happy with that, and I might get it doesn't even know. And who knows? Maybe they tried to get my butt. Maybe I have to put brain and go my body. You know what? That's not a bad idea. That would be pretty cool. Creepy, but it can work. Maybe.
We're living in a world where we have people that get their powers from absorbing solar rays. I'm pretty sure they can figure out a way for this to work.
But they have new gods now. They have new Genesis.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the new gods can have some way of give it to Metron and say, "Here's a new experiment."
Yep. Or Metron, he won't do it. No, Metron is a jerk. He won't.
Yeah, he was a real jerk in this season. I'm like, even more than he is in the comics, because in the comics you don't really get an idea. But in this one, at first I thought he was evil, but there's like, no, he's just an asshole.
He's an asshole. Even at the line, call him a jerk. Which it was. But speak out the one thing I do love, one episode now, and okay, this guy had nothing in my opinion about the season, and I do love the season, but it one episode in that way. That's the Geofoot episode. I thought the Geofoot episode was just filler.
Yeah, it was filler. I was like, well, that was random. Yeah, I mean, it was cool seeing what he was doing, but I feel like it was all. And comic historians said basically the same thing because he was like, okay, so it basically felt like he was only in the season so that Halo can declare her new pronouns.
Yeah.
Because that's the only reason.
I'm fine with Halo being binary because it makes sense. And honestly, that's not my problem with that argument. No, I'm fine with that because it's organic, it makes sense. My main problem with this episode is because, well, the Geofoot stuff, it went really nowhere because, wait, we put the entire of the Geoforce going again, but not Mercury, going again at the Mercury's game finally, but we don't get no payoff.
Yeah.
What was the point of doing Geoforce? There's no payoff. Tell me, what's about Geoforce?
By the sounds of things, it looks like you brought up, with there being no payoff with Geoforce, maybe there was something in the execution that didn't come well or didn't translate well of what they originally had planned for the story.
Yeah, it was fine. It just felt like a waste of an episode. It wasn't a bad episode, a good episode, but honestly, I don't know. I just didn't give an idea for the story. Not really bad. It's a good follow-up in season 3. But anyway, it just went nowhere.
Mm-hmm. Well, also in relation to this particular season, do you think that they were maybe setting up as well for maybe any future betrayals?
He could be the antagonist of the next season because he's being manipulated by someone that has mind powers, and it could be somehow they'll tangentially link that to Darkseid because everything goes back to Darkseid in this show.
Darkseid.
Not that I'm complaining because I'm a big fan of Darkseid, but the point is that somehow they'll go, okay, so he was taken over by Desaad, who basically use it's somehow they'll have this big convoluted way to link him to Darkseid.
Yeah, what's better with the matter with Dr. Chase?
Mm-hmm.
Not Dr. Chase, Dr. Chase. The same lady who pretty kidnapped a lot of kids and experimented on Geoboy and Terra.
Mm-hmm.
Which is even more messed up.
Yeah, I know.
How the
You
hell is
experimented
she-
on kids.
Yeah, she did. Like, holy shit, that's insane. She also manipulated Black Light in season 3.
Mm-hmm.
And manipulated Terra. And Geoboy. And tried to kidnap them. And make them into human family. Jesus Christ, this lady is insane. She's crazy.
And what did Black Lightning do? Sleep with her.
Yep, but even more messed up. Like,
Nice to know he's got his priorities straight.
That freaks me out. Look at what? You're telling
Yeah.
that this way, you know what I mean, to manipulate. Like, and the fact that Frank getting exposed her,
Mm-hmm.
wow, that is cold and very dark. Makes sense. McGregor is a jerk. Speaking of the Furies, we'll get that later. But one thing I'm not expecting to see to do in with the Zone stuff, I'm not expecting him to get all of the Kryptonians. I now see that one coming because wow, that's interesting.
Because Darkseid can now control Kryptonians. I'm like,
no, not him,
Oh.
but Venom Savage.
Oh yeah,
After the Nightmare and the team defeat General Zod, defend the Venom Zone, then they don't change all. Then it stopped them. Emerald Empress, she technically escapes, but she didn't want to escape. No, she wanted to be with her husband, but then the eye is saved by her going to space.
Mm-hmm.
Which, that's confused me, because why would the eye save Benedict and put him in space? Maybe you didn't want to get captured again? I don't know. It's future tech. Wait,
well, the Green Lantern ring can protect someone in space, so I guess that kind of makes sense. And it's, and if this is supposed to be a future version of a Green Lantern ring, it makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. But she didn't want to leave. She wanted to stay with her husband.
Yeah.
But even you saved me, but it came at great cost.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well. But then she got with her own child on Daxium. With that going with a can of worms. Wait, is that Monarch's home? Oh shit! With her being on Daxium, Daxa over another can of worms with Monel being corrupted by General Zod's son.
Or Monel being General Zod's son.
Holy shit, that's very interesting.
Yeah, because she didn't say she was going to name him Lord Zod.
No, she didn't.
She just said my unborn kid. It could be she's like, I'm going to improve. And then to improve upon him, Monel.
Genius.
See, I should write these shows. I'm smarter than half the people that work at DC.
Yeah, indeed.
You know DC these days. They don't hire smart.
Yeah, they hire stupid They hire Tom Taylor, Brian Michael Bendis, Tom King, and other stupid people. Like
by the way, like the same one who wrote the Tell Young Jet Dark Card tie-in.
They hire degraded minds.
Yep.
Or they hire people that would rather be writing other books. So they start to turn their books in, like Superman, into a depressing, like, story.
The only good book right now I'm in for Action Comics Meeting, the Flash book meeting. Oh yeah, this book came out. It sucked.
I wish
it was crap. What the
By
fuck
the way,
did I read?
I wish that they would stop with putting Connor in a leather jacket and the stupid 90s haircut. Let him be the black t-shirt and the cool hair. I hate the 90s look. Thanks, Bendis.
Yeah, thanks, Bendis. But the 90s look, it was good for the 90s. It was a good look back then. But
back
it
then.
Look now.
Yeah.
We get Tom King. He's writing this.
Yes. I remember.
We got young Tom King all the time. We don't get in the main universe. Why?
Yeah,
it's not fair.
I remember when Brian Michael Bendis said his favorite Superboy isn't John Samuel Kent, but Connor.
Oh well, he certainly failed at that.
Yes.
I hate it. It just looks so bad.
Yeah, so it's 90s. I get that, but
What
We're
his
done in the
favorite-
90s.
You
Just
would
trying to
think-
get my dad and teach him jeans. Look.
You would think you would think that they would want some like synergy with the Young Justice cartoon, which is super popular.
Yes.
And guess
Yeah.
which version of Connor Kent they use?
The 90s content. And this book is mean spirited. I'm not joking. This tie-in is mean spirited to hell. All they can act like jerks. And
It's interesting. Xavier, it's interesting because I do plan on covering a review on it this week.
Yeah,
it won't be on the.
read
It won't be on the. It won't be going up on the channel this week, but for the reviews that will be going up for this week, practically in a month's time, I do have that plan to review. But it is nice to hear like both sides as to those who somewhat like it, those who don't, and somehow finding a middle in between at Twitch.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is the same writer who's writing the Tail Tim Drake book.
Yes. Let's be honest here. She hates these characters. She does not love them. She hates these characters. If you ever hear like Megan Fitzmartin saying this, or that she loves the character, she's lying to your face.
Yeah.
Let me put it this way. I said she's on my. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
She's basically doing the Amber Heard.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Well, let me tell you this, and I say it on my channel all the time. These people are not writers; they're activists. They're using these characters as vehicles to advance their agenda. Exactly. They're not fans. They are clearly not fans. If they were fans, they would understand why half their stuff is rejected by the fans, as reflected by DC sales. Not that we're racist or bigots or anything like that. No. It's because you don't do this well. You just suck as a writer.
Yeah, why saying better? What's one way activist nonsense?
Yeah,
fine. But why activist nonsense? Why indie suck? Indie stuff can handle that shit. Just sort of retaining.
No, but here's the thing: you can do activist stuff well. Look at the old X-Men. That whole book is supposed to be an analogy for X-Men. I mean, for racism and bigotry, but they did it well. You just have to have talent. You just have to have talent. Unfortunately, most of DC staff is like the people that write like slash fics. That's the amount of talent these people have because they're too obsessed with
Marvel. Marvel is actually Marvel is showing that with the X-Men
Snowflake and Safe Space. They're too obsessed. That was hilarious. I can't believe that was out. But
it was.
Both companies.
You know what's even worse with that? Is that they still didn't go ahead with the project.
I am shocked that New World never came out.
Like,
I need to find
at least if they still went ahead with the project in relation to it, who knows? You might get a small fan base. But I'll give it this: at least the characters were original.
They were.
Oh, screen time with this experimental internet gas.
Instead of
what the hell was that?
Instead of let's slave mark John Samuel Kent. Let's make him gay or bisexual. Let's slave mark and make Tim Drake bisexual. Yep.
By the way,
along with Bernard as well.
Do you know why they make these characters bi?
Also showed interest in women.
Because they make them bi, so in case the fans reject it, they can always put them back with girls.
That makes sense.
That's why. Because they never... recently, John Kent's bisexual.
Which is bullshit. It was forced. Now, and even
it was very forced.
It was a publicity stunt.
It was very much a publicity... And Tom Taylor admitted it.
Yeah, he did admit it.
And let's not forget, if you want to talk about force, how about Tim Drake not showing any indication that he was in any way attracted to dudes, and all of a sudden, he's going on a date with a dude? What?
Bullshit.
By the way, but even Bernard's character was bastardized because even he liked women.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, he did in Chuck Dixon ones about it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I love Bleeding Cool, and which is basically the CNN of comic book news. There was this scene where Batman was trying to steal an object off someone and got close to them. So Bleeding Cool was like, "Is Batman bisexual?" I'm like, "No, he's just exploiting."
No, it'd all be a ploy.
Yeah, I'm like, you guys are so freaking stupid. You have the amount of brain power as a roach.
Not only that, they also seem very sexually obsessed.
Yes,
which
they're too obsessed with who these characters are sleeping with.
Rehab.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm like, they're too obsessed.
Oh, wait a sec. I'm almost a super teen brain in it and become explosive.
My co-host is an engineering student, so I legit asked him, "Lad, you're the engineer. What's internet gas?" And he was like, "Oh my gosh." He couldn't believe it. What I did is, so I was hanging out with a buddy of mine yesterday. I told you I was showing him all the weird stuff that's happened in comics. I just showed him the trailer for this, and it was the most hilarious thing in the world. It was like, what the hell? As soon as he heard internet gas, he burst into laughter, like rolling on the floor, literal laughter. Because I'm like,
funny.
What the hell? What the hell is this?
The only cool character about it is being negative. He's the only character I like. He's pretty cool.
He's the Twilight character. He's a teenage vampire.
He is, but it's actually funny. He's the only
my favorite, Snowflake in Safe Space. So I'm like, wait a second. Safe Space is the stereotypical jock. What jock has pink eyes and pink hair and wears pink everywhere?
Yeah, and they're twins.
Yeah, have you been near jocks? The hell, dude?
Yeah, Ultimate Sucker, but with Sucker, Snowbase a cryokinetic can maintain Snowbase sure can protect him from falling. Safe Space can maintain pink force field, but he can't inhabit them himself. He's the only way to protect the hyperware mind called Optic and the superhero approach ironic mediation or uninvited comment bullying. They're probably streaming this.
Well, let me tell you this. In the trailer, here's the first red flag. The writer said, well, I was a fan of the New Warriors in the 90s, but I always felt they were too cool for me. I'm like, oh no.
Those characters.
He was, you mean the real New Warriors?
Speedball, Firestar.
Where's Night Thrasher? There you go.
He's right there.
There you go. Yep. It's amazing how many copies of Batman and Superman that Marvel has, right?
Yeah. I don't know who that is. I don't know who Elf Girl is.
That's named Marita.
Oh, wait, didn't she die? Didn't she have Civil War? She got blown up.
A lot of them got blown up in Civil War.
Yeah.
And then I think Speedball turned into Penance.
Yeah, he turned into Penance.
Which I think was actually a cool idea. I like that.
It was a cool idea, but then it got dragged to the ground by Cassard nonsense. But here's the thing. This story I would have come to an outlaw. With a terrible event. Don't ask.
So wait, superheroes are outlawed. If only there was another event.
No, it's not superhero. It's more, I think, more the teen hero that outlawed.
Okay, so wait a second. So it's basically a mini version of Civil War.
Yes.
I'm like, that's my other problem with these people. To make you think that they're talented, they just copy other stories and just change, like, okay, instead of adults, it's little kids. I'm like,
yep.
Oh my god. And also, Marvel, stop trying to make Ms. Marvel cool. The show has only somehow managed to do that. But what's kind of funny is that they keep pushing characters whose books have been canceled not once, not twice, not three times, not 4 times, but 5 times. Captain Marvel's been canceled like 7 times.
Yep. Children, this book came out. Here's the thing.
That book.
Wait, the whole New World book Dynamic came out, but that book somehow came out. Wait, what?
Do you know what it is? It's Vita Ayala wanting a self-insert character. That's another thing that these activists will do. They'll create a character that represents them because they want to be superheroes. So they'll invent an entire BS storyline that no one likes. So because the Gambit ripoff, that's Vita Ayala.
Yeah, that makes sense. What did we begin? Here's what I was saying. If Johnny Allen could come out, why the fuck did New Warriors come out? Like, out of all the books, couldn't go insane. I would rather New Warriors because that went funny. I can make fun of a book. It'll be hilarious and stupid.
What they should have at least done is just put it on the streaming service.
Yeah, I went all for that.
But I think the reason why they did is because they looked at that ratio on the YouTube channel, like 3 million dislikes. And they were like, nope. I love that because if you look at the comments, it's like the same comments when they recently did that whole Miles Morales' Thor book. They were like, I miss when comics were outwardly racist. I love that. That was hilarious. Obviously, I didn't read the book, but I saw the backlash, and it was glorious.
I read the book, and honestly, I said, what the fuck is this shit? This is stupid. Nope. I didn't cover it because honestly, I just couldn't do it. It's a stupid what-if book. I mean, nothing. So, yeah, it is stupid. Done.
It's like, they're like, what if Miles Morales was this character or this character? How about you just make up a new character?
Yeah, let's stop trying to. Let Miles be Spider-Man. We don't need these rip-offs.
Here's why. And Dan Slott said it himself, as a matter of fact. They said we have to race bend all these characters. We have to change all these characters because otherwise these characters aren't going to, these groups that we're supposed to represent aren't going to get represented because all these minor characters don't get attention. Well, I'm like, that's because you actually have to actually work hard. Like, look at Jessica Cruz, Green Lantern. I always point to her as a fantastic example of this because she was a new character they created in Jeff Johns' Justice League run, and she is probably one of the best Green Lantern characters there is out there. And what they did, they made it so she's not just a female version of Hal Jordan. She actually is a unique character, and that's the problem with a lot of this. It's like they'll make this character just the black version of Spider-Man, the Muslim version of Ms. Marvel. It's like, come on, guys.
Let's reinvent
on Wolverine. I love Laura. She's my favorite. I love her, and I'm glad she's Wolverine. That made me happy. Love her character. She's a great character. I'm glad she's Wolverine. As a father.
It literally
old Wolverine. But you have Laura Wolverine well, and boom, Bob Shaw. I get my wish. You win. I didn't say I go with Wolverine. I didn't see the Wolverine. Screw the haters. I do what I can do.
It literally becomes the competition as to who can reinvent the wheel. Well, the wheel's always going to be bloody round.
And I got news for you. These people are operating under the actually demonstrably false assertion that comics have never been diverse. I'm like, explain to me John Stewart Green Lantern. He existed in the 70s. So, and the X-Men. So I'm like, they're operating on a lie. They're lying to people to say that we're the ones that could make comics representative. And I'm like, excuse me.
Yep.
Wonder Woman was created during sexism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't get that logic. It's so stupid.
And this is one of the reasons why historically, like in the past, I have read more DC than Marvel because typically DC never fell into these traps. Unfortunately, they brought in Bendis. And you know, it's interesting. All these people came in after Bendis because Bendis brought in Kelly Sue DeConnick. If you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. Okay. And no one bought her Aquaman book, and she tanked Aquaman somehow.
And Aquaman got canceled, and we got a new Aquaman book with Jack and Hyde.
And also knows Tom King as well. So, if anything, I'd have to say it's a bit of both of those characters. Oh, a bit of both of these writers. Tom King, even though some of his stuff was okay-ish.
Grayson I hear was good.
In DC. Like, okay-ish in DC. But once it started to move into the Rebirth, right? You did get some highs, but you also got some lows, like some really
Issue 50 where everything tanked, in my opinion. That's where
where they did go ahead with what they were promoting all along.
Heavily promoting, heavily promoting.
They were heavily promoting.
I'm like, you just wasted your budget for nothing. What are you doing, you idiots?
They wait Bendis bullshit with the Bendis is coming. Wait, all for nothing.
We didn't know that was a warning. I did a joke on my channel that if I ran DC, I would basically eliminate all traces of Bendis, and then I would be very open. That's what I'm doing, and then my advertisement would be Bendis is leaving.
Yes,
I'll be out for that
with a middle finger.
Well, it won't be long, and Naomi will be finished. Yay.
Because the show is canceled.
Not only that, it also won't be long, and the JL versus Losh will be finished.
Oh yeah, JL versus Regan. That book's so stupid.
The only reason why I bought 3 of the Bendis Justice League books is because they had the Snyder Cut variants. That's literally it. I have not read the book. It's just for the variant covers.
Yeah, Mr. Mud, the book are crap anyway. It's just stupid. Because it goes with butter a lot of it. But for the Wonder Woman have butter, that made no sense. Then Leviathan come back. Why? Leviathan, you're awful great. And then Checkmate happened with his Bendis book.
You know why?
If I remember, in Rebirth, Wonder Woman's brother was called Jason.
Jason and the Argonauts, kind of.
Yeah. Cool. So it's sort of like to reflect on that story. But the only thing different with the character is that, yes, he was actually gay. And they weren't afraid to show that.
Huh. I didn't know about that.
The thing that always annoyed me with Rebirth Wonder Woman is that Greg Rucka came out and said, "Oh yeah, Wonder Woman's bisexual because all the Amazons live together," and I'm like,
I'm
okay,
fine with that.
Yeah, that's fine. But wait a second, he never really addressed it in the book. It was just him saying it. I'm like, unless it's in the book, guess what? It doesn't matter what the writer says.
Yeah.
If it's not in writing, it's not. So really, because you notice, when have they ever explored that? Zeppo.
Prime stuff. Zero.
Yeah. So in my mind, yeah, you can say that because honestly, that's the one time they spontaneously address a character's sexuality, and I'm like, well, okay, that makes sense. But as far as like exploring, I'm like, nah, they've never done that.
Yeah. The only guy that did that in Nubia at the Amazon in the Prime Up book. And that's it.
I didn't check that out because I find all Nubia really is just Black Wonder Woman.
Which is sad. Nubia's a good character. I like to like that character. She's so underrated, but yeah, they don't know.
She was cool in Injustice when she replaced Wonder Woman and Diana had to fight her. That was cool.
That was badass.
This is the thing. Tom Taylor knows how to write characters. It's
not like his Elmo story.
It's not like it's astounding. It's not like he doesn't know how to write a good comic. It's just when it comes to Prime Earth stuff, somehow his talent goes away.
But it's astounding. It makes no sense.
It's like well, let me put it this way: with Bendis, it's the opposite. He's not talented anywhere. With Tom Taylor,
it was good,
except for Marvel.
All right, when Tom Taylor is writing both Nightwing and also
Son of Kal-El,
both of their characters' brains have been flushed in the toilet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that includes his own.
Yeah, exactly.
So in other words, he's the beta male of the family.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's... Let me put it this way. I was excited for Son of Kal-El because I
was looking forward to okay, Bennett destroys his character. May Taylor can save him. May Taylor can make his character great. I know back in it won't be the same, but we did do something. Issue 1 gave me hope. Issue 2, controversial, but okay, fine. I let Pat because he was going somewhere. Issue 3, fine. We still Jane commercial up. Okay, fine. Just get him. But then issue 4 happened, and
here's the thing. I started to lose hope the minute I saw the cover of him protesting climate change while there was a monster attacking people, and I'm like, I get you want to make your statement, but here's the problem. Well, here's the problem with doing that. There are literally like 20 heroes in DC that could repair the environment like that.
Yeah.
And then also, and I addressed this on my channel too, the problem is that he made Superman a pacifist. You can't do that.
Action Comic is doing the exact opposite, and then Superman go to war and kick Mongo's ass.
That was so cool. That's such a great story. But here's the thing. Here's how I know Tom Taylor does not understand Superman. Yes, Clark is not going to go out of his way to fight someone. He's going to save that as the last resort. But if it's but when he gets to that point, Clark will throw down. John Kent,
no. Mongo and Action Comic, the War Saga, perfection.
Or Superman, the Snyder Cut. He shows up and kicks Steppenwolf into the ground. But but with John Kent, it's more like no, he's very sensitive, and then he says that's what makes him a better hero. My least favorite part of whatever Tom Taylor ever did was when he had Superman Clark tell his son, "You're gonna be a better Superman than I ever could be," and I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah,
that's my other problem too. When they replace these characters and replace them with these obvious,
that's basically self-aggrandizing characters.
Yes,
yeah, which is
they
not
say
right.
you're the best. Why?
Yeah.
Why? Explain. Give me a reason.
And first off, let the fans determine that instead of the writer telling you.
Yeah, but y'all for it. Yet, some like I like the character. She's on the raid. Yet she would praise, but we she's trying to earn as to why she praise.
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of.
Okay. Well, here's the fence. So it didn't hurt that she actually looked really hot. So
yeah, she was hot. Well, that's true. And she was second to the badass and all.
Joelle Jones
has
some beautiful artwork.
Her art is so beautiful. All the issues she drew and wrote,
and
amazing.
I remember when Joelle Jones brought out her Catwoman run.
Yes.
During Rebirth, I did actually collect. I think it was the first 3 or 4 issues, and then after that, it sort of lost me. No longer want to collect it, but on top of that, her artwork is just beautiful. Like it shows she is not afraid to show the feminine.
Which unfortunately is like that should be the rule, but unfortunately it's the exception.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like when they had that Nubia book, it was like an Elseworlds book, and they made Diana look like Sea Hag. I'm like, what?
And then at the we got Trial of the Amazon, which was bad.
Why can't Wonder Woman have a good event? I'm like, wait a second.
Either.
She's she's my 3rd favorite superhero, right there with Superman and Batman. But I'm like, when you think about it, so she's like this character that DC holds up. How many good runs has she had?
Besides Joe Simone and Simone Waters.
Maybe Greg Rucka.
Rucka, yeah.
Yeah, but she doesn't have that many. Yeah, exactly. Me likey. But she doesn't exactly have that many. Like, let me put it this way: Batman has like Nightfall, 3 Jokers. Yep. She doesn't have really as many famous storylines as the other dudes.
Look at this; they're always so beautiful.
One idea that I do like with DC that they do have, it's the DC Trinity. I think it is.
Yeah,
and in it, it's got like all 3 of those characters. We've got Batman, we've got Superman, and of course we've got Wonder Woman. Now I know I should actually try to go out of my way to pick up some of the volumes itself. Surely there has to be some great stories in that alone.
I own the trades.
Yeah. I love the first arc where the Batman and Wonder Woman show up to dinner, and John just shoots him with the heat vision by accident. And also, it's Francis Manifold's art.
Yeah, it's so good. It's such a good story. He wrote the story and drew the story.
I would love to see something like that where, like in a story like that, is that like they sort of like take turns as to, who leads in this arc? Right?
Yeah, it could
and
be.
And then you have an arc to which the person who now leads in that arc is Wonder Woman.
Yep. And trying to find you, there was Superman Reborn. There was Superman Reborn Aftermath, which is a good story.
Yeah. Like if they did something like that to help prop up her character a little bit more better, and then from there, then they take that story out from there, and the person who managed to do it and execute it well, bring them over to the Wonder Woman run. If they can execute, say, maybe another 3 or 4 volumes or 3 volumes, make that a part of DC canon, you're going to have some great Wonder Woman content to go back to.
Well, here, I have an idea for a Wonder Woman story that uses the Justice League team members. You ready? It's called the Greek gods become jealous of the love and adoration that the Justice League get, because that's basically what the League represents. So the Greek gods go to war with the Justice League, and
we can't do Injustice. We can't do that story already.
In Injustice, I'm talking about main canon.
Oh, main canon.
Main canon.
what was it? I think it was the
War
one
of
of
the
the
Gods.
DC animated series.
In the
Wasn't
animated,
there, a Bruce Wayne, or should we say Batman versus Zeus? But I think it was a different Zeus.
No, that's
it was
Maxi
Maxi
Zeus.
Zeus.
That's Maxi
It was the
Zeus.
Yeah.
I know
Um,
it's fake
Yeah.
Zeus. No, I'm talking about the actual Greek gods
Yeah.
come to Earth and say,
Yeah.
no, we're taking over now. And then my idea is that it basically turns into like death metal where the Greek gods win and Wonder Woman has to reassemble the League to get them back. That's a backdoor Wonder Woman story.
So basically, War of the Gods again, but this time a different twist on it. Or
And-
Battle of
and
the Gods,
good.
Jungle with D.
And good, because that's how you get people reading a Wonder Woman book. You involve the other Justice League members, so like a fan of Green Lantern, a fan of Superman,
Yeah.
will read the book. But it's really a Wonder Woman book.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Technically, Deathman would have more Wonder Woman book. Deathman was more Wonder Woman book than a Justice League book.
I loved her design in Death Metal with the blue
Saying, I know
highlights. in
it's
the
already
hair.
changed up when she killed Batman after me happy. Like, yay, but no, Batman survived and it. Fuck. God
Yeah.
damn, but when you die, Batman happened and then you been Doc Manhattan.
I did like her design in that Infinite Frontier comic, the all white
Same.
armor. I thought that was
Let me
actually really
have
cool. She's always had such great character designs. Have you noticed that? Even
Yeah.
like the Norse one with all the fur on it. I'm like,
Yep.
Wonder Woman is the one character that's always had really amazing designs. Even like in the new 52 when she had
52.
that full body suit that was like red and black and gold. Felt that was like
I
really
remember
cool.
when she had hand claws.
Yeah.
DC. I hate DCU. Terrible idea. And that's the problem. Continuity. Yeah, continuity. What do great job of continuity?
Yeah, see right there.
Yeah, I said a great suit.
But yeah, I hate DCU too because I'm like continuity over. I mean creativity over continuity. So they have Superman on a Harley, but he's also
Yeah.
fighting Vandal Savage. What?
Other friend Darkseid.
Or fighting Darkseid. Oh yeah.
Ugh.
See, even here,
What
wait, even here.
John Kent.
Even here, they were hinting he was going to be a tyrant,
Yeah, they did.
Yep.
They're stupid.
and then Tom Taylor showed up and ruined that.
Yeah. Dang that it's being cool for point. Why they hate you? Why did that come true? Why?
That would have been so cool because can you imagine Clark comes back and finds his son's a tyrant, like basically Injustice
From
Superman?
Earth 3.
Yeah,
Actually, that's not a bad idea. I'll be all for this.
or
Look,
that's actually the Superboy from Earth 3 and the kids were
the
switched.
crime syndicate.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And that's how we get back the John Kent that we all want.
Yeah, and the real John got trapped somewhere out there. Even though I hate him jumping trapped at Earth 3 as a child, it really would make sense. And the real John is not trying a volcano. No, that crime syndicate John Kent who drew out saved that imposter, and the real John Kent still trapped at Earth 3 like needs to get home. And then
Mhm.
Didn't Wayne come back with one kid and then save the kid John from Ultraman and kick his ass. Which Superman said it well.
It's just, here's the thing. Tom Taylor is using this John Kent to make himself look the wokest. So he can stand there with that smug smile he always has on. So he can say, look, internet, love me, because I'm a narcissist. Love me.
Which is odd because John Kent steals the great story and so deceased. Wait a second,
Deceased,
who's John Kent great
injustice.
deceased?
Oh, John Kent was fantastic in Deceased. And by the way, he was with Wonder Woman in that storyline.
Yeah, well, actually, no, he wasn't with Cassie. That didn't win with Cassie.
No, it was Cassie because she became Wonder Woman.
Yes, but in Deceased, well, then Cassie and Damon Wayne, they were a couple.
Oh, see, there were scenes where it was either them or where it was either of those two that she was with. So that's why I was a little confused. Oh, no, I think he was with Mary Marvel.
Yeah, Mary Marvel.
Okay. But my point is that he knows how to write John Kent.
Yeah, he does.
First off, we had the Super Sons in the first volume of Deceased.
Yeah, and first one, they made Hope of World's End. We all got Super Sons in that book. Why the fuck did you keep the sea story with the Super Sons in that book when in the main one you're doing it?
Yeah, exactly. It's astounding because I have so many Tom Taylor books that I love, and I'm like,
Shooter Squad is a good book. You wrote that book as well.
And I'm like, what is wrong with this man? And then I'm like, these are all Elseworld books.
Yeah.
How?
Shooter Squad actually with the main continuity book. And it worked. It was a
But
great
you know
story.
why? because it's a small. You can't give him these big characters that have an effect in the DCU. You can only give him. He's like Bendis. I had someone on my show that said, "Here's what they should have given Bendis: Batwoman, just a small street level character book, because he can write street level actually pretty well. Yeah. But these guys don't do these big. They don't do the main heroes well.
Yeah, Bendis cannot write main characters. Even though over Spider-Man, that's good. That don't set books in the universe. You can do whatever you want in that universe. Even though I got the story about Ultimatum.
So his Avengers run was actually pretty decent.
His run was decent, but then they went to hell with House of Man with Siege, I think.
I like Siege, but
keep Bendis off any kid in comics.
Oh yes,
Taylor as well. I'm afraid to say
Taylor.
He cannot write children at all.
We had Taylor, John Gant as a kid, and so then we had a kid, and Kai Sam had a kid, and deceased.
Legion, Young Justice, which is sad because he wrote Ultimate Spider-Man, and that's like one of the best Spider-Man.
Legion. It's crap.
To be honest, I've read his Ultimate Spider-Man, the Miles Morales. I don't like it all that much. If anything, there were very few scenes that I did actually like in the run. And very few characters as well, such as, for example, his uncle, some of the conversations with his father. There was also Spider-Woman when she made her appearance in it. That I liked, and I thought she would actually be a good mentor for him. But no, that didn't happen. But he should have done it. And
I think you got brought up, and Sicklewood, it got brought up.
That would have made for like a better idea for the character. The way the story was executed at the beginning was effing terrible, putting it bluntly. I didn't like the way how it was ordered. The animation, though, in relation to it, did it 10 times better as to how I would actually like to see the story written by Bendis. Because when you go to, say, or compare the Ultimate to the Into the Spider-Verse, right? There's a scene in the Spider-Verse at the beginning which links to something that actually happens in the Ultimate Spider-Man, Miles Morales. Now, that scene, I definitely agree, should have been used at the beginning of the story. And that is where you get to see, like, some of the things that Miles Morales is into. Like, don't friggin' show us Oscorp. Save that for later. You want us to get to know Miles Morales first.
Yep. Anyway, we're going with 3 hours, so we should probably add to up and then we know. Okay.
It was good. I will say one more thing about Miles Morales. You're not alone, dude, because no one liked Miles Morales up until the Spider-Verse movie.
I actually like Miles Morales in the comic. I think Spider-Man was good. But then when we went to main unit, it went to shit. Because Bendis said, fuck it, I can't let my mind in over here, come on, we get brought up. So fine, I went open end, but I tell a story. A sequel time, which is crap. Don't ask. The sequel book was good. The open end time, garbage. It was an awful story. But then I got put in main universe. And then he went to hell.
Because it was Hickman. The main book was because of Jonathan Hickman, and that guy can do no wrong.
Yeah, Hickman was a good story. But when after the sequel ended, my life got put in the main universe. Spoilers, the book with Bennett wrote in the main universe was garbage, which is my last. What? How the fuck you destroy your main character so bad in the main universe, but you're doing great? That makes no sense. That was Spider-Man 2. It was also horrible. And that's Super Sid my last. We're the gangster.
This is the same. This is the same dude.
Did anyone read Brian Michael Bendis's, what was it, Batman Universe?
Yes, I did. Yeah, it was good, by the way.
Actually, I sort of disagree because I didn't like it that much because here he is sort of like bringing in this old ancient ring.
The White Lantern.
Yeah. And personally, I don't think that there was any need of it. And this same concept was again applied to Callie Quintella.
Oh yeah, Teen Lantern. I forgot.
All right.
That's a character.
You
that's
see what I'm
useless.
getting at?
That's a
Yeah.
character.
You see what I'm getting at?
And this is the same dude, by the way, that tried to replace Iron Man with Riri Williams.
Which failed miserably.
Which failed.
Yeah.
I love, by the way, how Marvel tried to replace their heroes for diversity reasons with all different, and then DC saw how that failed, and then now is like, no, let's do that.
Let's copy their failure.
Let's copy their
failure. Marvel will do it worse.
Let's fail as bad as Marvel.
Which, by the way,
it's not worse than Marvel.
I think there's a reason why the MCU is not exactly performing as well as it used to, because you're replacing the main characters.
To be fair with Ford, I think they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it down with Jane Bond. I came out of one of the comics, so I think they're gonna do it great in the movie. But they're gonna do it a great director. So we'll see. But anyway, no, we're probably gonna do it. We just probably going with 300 minutes. Holy shit, time flies, I'm old.
Yeah. Time flies when you're having fun, right, dude?
Yeah, time flies having fun, indeed. But anyway, we got the judges. Okay, we could probably get that one out of my brain because we kind of went spinning circles.
Okay, seeing that things have now finished in relation to Young Justice, what things do you think that they could be setting up for the next season?
A good version of Heroes in Crisis.
Yeah. They're saying the Hero Crisis right now do it essentially. They're going to do 10 better by the way. I trust Greg Whiteman. I trust Crew. Whatever the Tom King, for all intentions, had a good idea, but the idea was executed horribly. So, since the show does mental health better, I think the show may do Hero Crisis 10 better. Not the other story. The story may be crap, but the idea saying it could work. That's often they could do. Probably number 2, they're going to do the Dark Side stuff, finally, with the Furies, with new Supergirl, Mary Marvel, Big Brother, and Granny New Furies. They're going to do that story. That's going to be cool. I may actually have that story. I want to see Supergirl end up, I think my boy John, because we got Super Sen finally. We got Superman Family. I may have that. Probably number 3, we got Banner Savage with the control with General Zod and Army. It's that interesting. I don't know where that could go. That'd be cool. Probably number 4 is with General Zod's unborn child with Ursa. Yeah, Ursa. Right? With Ursa with the Fiora. I forget.
I wonder if they might also be setting some things up in regards to the Immortal Men.
If you
remember in the New Age of Heroes, we had the Immortal Men.
Oh, yeah, that group. Do you remember the Immortal Men?
No, I never checked that out.
Oh.
Right, because we know that there are some immortal characters that do appear within Young Justice, but also within the comics.
Yeah. We already got the Family Stranger.
Could it be that they could be starting to set up for the Immortal Men to show up?
It could be part of it. We usually Family Stranger.
Like it doesn't mean that you'll have, say, the Immortal Men dealing with the Batman Who Laughs, not that Immortal Men, but the original Immortal Men minus the Batman Who Laughs.
Yeah.
So they could be setting things in relation to that.
Oh yeah, Immortal Man, the leader. I think he's the leader of that team.
Yeah.
Who's that chick?
Because if I remember, we know Vandal Savage, he's immortal. There's Ra's al Ghul, and then there's whoever else that's
and then these guys and this girl. This guy with guns. I don't know who that is. I forget who's in this team. But they're a very interesting group.
Another thing,
in the story too.
Yeah, another thing as well is who's not to say that they might even attempt to give us the challenges or the challenges of the unknown.
That'd be cool. Actually, there's one character they could bring up. Maybe bring in Sideways. Like, look.
So
I'll give you
so
this.
Spider-Man?
Yeah, he delivered
Sideways was actually pretty good. I did enjoy that run. I understand it's Dan Didio's character and story. Yes, Jordan White did work on it as well, but it's mainly Dan Didio and Rocafort. But Jordan White did somewhat take over a little bit later on.
I also love how the new 52 Superman somehow showed up in this.
Yeah, he just showed up in that book.
Yes, and
then Grant Morrison wrote the story. I forget. He wrote the
annual. Of course, Grant Morrison wrote that. He's always writing weird shit that makes no sense.
Yeah, he wrote the annual. He wrote New 52 and he came back.
Mm-hmm.
It was a good story. Super confusing because why is he here? Because
it's Grant Morrison. That's true. It's supposed to be. Have you tried to understand Final Crisis?
I did I
got lost.
I did like how they brought in the 7 soldiers, but they were missing one.
Yeah, they did.
So Derek James or Sideways was actually asked to help him, and that was really good actually. And the way that story was written, I quite enjoyed. And I would have loved to have seen this series, Sideways, at least reach 50 issues, be friggin' bi-weekly.
Mm-hmm.
It would have definitely helped keep Dan Didio keep his job, or at least keep his job in writing stories, because that is where his strength is. It's not in destroying the DC universe. It's actually in writing stories.
It's actually destroying Nightwing and Wally West. That's what he excels
at. Yeah. But when it comes to like writing a character like this, I enjoyed it. I actually quite enjoyed it. Like, keep Dan Didio writing stories.
Agreed.
Right? Because when he puts his bloody head to it and his head out of his ass, he can write something pretty decent.
Yep.
Like,
anyway, anyway, it's 1 o'clock. Holy shit, that works. Anyway, we about to say we about to find out you're gonna see 4 because we went about way longer than we did planned.
Yeah.
The time I going for. I'm trying to do it all night, but by the time I have night, I'll probably go by 6 o'clock in the morning. But I need sleep. I wrote them doing it all night. But
I know one thing that I'm gonna have to try to do, at least within the next couple of weeks, is get up some live streams myself on my own channel, because I've got some things that I need to catch up with, and because I've been so busy, trying to get reviews out of the way, whatever else, taking care of whatever needs to be done here at home.
Yeah.
Like, I still haven't caught up with the solicitations of the last month, let alone this month on my channel. So
you got some work to do, my friend.
Yeah, I got quite a bit ahead of me. That plus webtoons I need to cover on the channel. That even includes Wayne Family Adventures.
Yep.
And that has been so great. Plus, I have some new webtoons that I need to cover on the channel. But that's for the Rainbow Press and comics side of things.
Yep.
So once I'm caught up with pretty much everything, hopefully I should be able to get back on track. Because I don't like having to leave these things be delayed to come back later. But I do know that, okay, at least if I know where I ended up, say, my last webtoon chapter, okay, I can make up by covering maybe the next 8 chapters, if it's 8 chapters behind, if I'm 8 chapters behind or 10 chapters behind. I can cover that in one video. And then do the same with whatever else that I need to catch up with.
Yep. Anyway, I mean, I got a lot of shit to cut. Well, okay, I don't want to cut over. I got I'll probably do another video on maybe I should maybe get more information about that, or maybe do a video on maybe a Superman video because I did a why Superman the point DG comment. Well, not why Superman would Ben than Bendis. I'll probably finish that in the future, but
Hey, definitely feel welcome to do a video covering the article that I shared with you too. So
yeah, I probably may do that because the article is informative, and I may do a video on that because I love the article.
So I've already been told by someone within the comics community that that would actually make for a good video that I could do myself on my channel, and
that's not a bad idea. I would go for it.
So, but the thing is, it's actually on the Joker's Wild.
Oh yeah, it is.
It's on the Joker's Wild website page. It's not actually on the Rainbow Press and Comics or Super Sons page. That's not to say that I could maybe copy it over to those pages, but its original source is actually from the Joker's Wild. I actually put it on that with that title for a reason because there are things that people do actually forget about the Super Sons, and one of the things I wanted to address was I noticed it came up recently in regards to some Twitter discussion, and that was in relation to like some of the friends in relation to the Super Sons characters, and I thought, hold on a moment here. This actually gives something that I could probably put up in an article and talk about.
Yeah, we got Wolf Finance cover that came out actually around the Trade Ends.
Yeah, and
that Wolf Finance cover gave me every one. Which, you know what? I need to show this cover because this go so cool. Let's see if I can find it.
Like, how big is the Super Sons actual friend circle?
Yep.
And this is what people seem to be neglecting. Like, even Brian Michael Bendis, he neglected Kathy. He practically he practically threw her to a suicide slum.
This is bullshit. What the fuck?
Like, that's just in a metaphorical sense.
Yeah.
Like, you friggin' threw her to the suicide slum along with Tom Taylor.
Mm-hmm. And nobody. What that? Where's nobody? What the fuck?
Maya Descartes, we don't see much of her. It would be nice to see her.
I found it.
But hopefully, when Mark Waid comes in, he'll actually like use some of those characters.
Found it. Found the cover.
Yep. I plan on getting that cover through my LCS. I love that cover.
I wanted for Scene 5. If I can't get the actually for the comics, let's make it for Scene 5. Give me Scene 5 back. That's the thumbnail for the video. For Scene 5. I can't agree. What do you think?
That'd be so dope. The only thing I would change is please change the design for Connor Kent because that looks horrible.
Yeah, it's not Connor Kent. When I'll give it, I didn't want to accept it. Cassandra Cain.
Oh, the actually good version of Cassandra Cain, except for the one that was in the Birds of Prey movie.
Yeah, ignore. Well, and Cassandra Cain also great on the show.
That was fantastic. That arc where they established that she's the reason why Batgirl became Oracle. I'm like, that's a great way to do it.
Yep. Oh yeah, she's super good. Yeah, the Widow Supergirl, and then Linda Damage. I think.
So Power Girl.
Yeah. Well, not Power Girl.
Wait, is that Matrix Supergirl?
Yes.
Oh no, that was horrible. The Goop Girl? Is that what that is?
Well, it's both Linda Damage and Matrix fused together. Remember, they got fused together in that story.
Mm-hmm. And then there's Harper Row. There's
Harper Row. We haven't seen Harper Row in any but years.
I think what they're gonna do is
that static in the background there too.
I mean, I think that's Duke Thomas, I think,
What?
from the Wheel Robin book. Yeah, I see the R.
Oh,
But Duke
yeah.
Thomas is right under Red Hood.
Weird.
Oh, okay.
No, that's Duke Thomas. Remember, that's the other
Yes.
Robin kid.
Yeah, it was like, another Robin. Jeez. But
Yeah, from Wheel Robin. Don't that book was crap.
that's like saying we are Flash. We all know how that turned out.
Yeah, like Wheel Robin said an awful story. It's from DCU. It's also bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but honestly though, I love this cover. It's such a main cover, and I want it to be real. Why can't this be real? Why? You have Jungle Demon right there.
I really hope my LCS will be able to get a hold of this cover for me, because I think it's a 1.25 or a 1.5er, and if they're unable to get it, I might have to go through another LCS to get it. So
yeah,
as much as I don't really want to do that, I'd like to get it through my main LCS so that they get the funding.
no, I agree.
Like, I want to be able to support them financially because of all the hard work that they do in getting the comics that I ask for.
Yeah. Anyway, this part is 103 board member.
Yep.
Goddamn Tom Boys. And so we just probably got followed by the youngest fan of the whole final thoughts. My point that season, I love this season. It's my favorite season ever. I love the season, and full disclosure, I didn't see it through with a good season. Screw your hate, I didn't see it was good. But I didn't see it top season 3. It's a great season. It's my favorite season I done this year. I'm ready for a 7 season 5. Hopefully at the Discovery, and who's had Discovery? I forget.
Zaslav.
Zadov. Please. Who's Zadov? And you're like, we knew the show. People love the show. I love the show.
They'll renew it.
In fact, hang on. I know it's late.
Okay.
Yeah. If there's one enemy in
the Blu-rays.
He needs his visual aids.
It did one show that's been the show. Season 1 was perfection. Season 2, amazing. I actually hate season 3, but I love season 3. Season 3 gave me this. It gave me give Jamie and John in the Philippines on the show. So, whoever got that up, we knew this show. Get a season 5. People love this show, and this show, the top 10 is for Max. Forget your BS, forget other nonsense. Forget Flash, forget that keep Black Adam, keep Captain Marvel, the movie, everyone for the movies. Keep the Batman, obviously that movie was successful. So probably that movie made a lot of money. It's a good success.
Not as successful as the Snyderverse.
Well, not as successful as Top Gun. Top Gun made $1 billion.
Oh yes, Top Gun blew that thing away.
Even though I love the Batman, I love that movie. That movie's fantastic, by the way. I'm glad that movie's a success. But Zadok, keep Young Justice, keep Harley Quinn show, keep Doom Patrol. Titan can't that show. Titan need to go away. That show's crap.
Hey! I like Titans. Don't be taking the show away from me, bro.
Okay, fair enough. My bad. Would you like the show? That's fantastic. I'm glad you Titans. Me personally, I tried. I really did. I gave 3 scenes a shot.
The Super Sons show up in that show. You'll love it. You'll go. It's the greatest show ever. The Super Sons show.
That's true. But
I know you by this point, Tevia. I know you'll do that.
That's true. But I mean, it's gonna happen because that show is more on Tim Drake, Robin, Nightwing, Starfire, Raven, Beast Boy. No Cyborg. That's odd. Where's Hawk and then they got killed off. No, that's not true. Hawk got killed off. Dove's still alive. Who knows? I know. I will get Titan this though. We did get Connor Kane that show in live action, and it was great. They did Connor Kane great at the in this show and in Titans.
Yeah.
It's not Bethesda, buddy. And the TJ Jeans look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
They did that look on Titans. And it worked. Wait, Bendis! With you over in Connor Kane, why give TJ Jeans look? Forget 90s look. Do TJ Jeans. who cares? They're not gonna do it anyway.
Remember, Bendis doesn't care about continuity.
No,
he cares about how much he can destroy.
All he cares about is his continuity.
Yeah, which is bullshit. But overall, season 4 was a great season. I love the ending of season 4. I'm glad we got the win with the Martian Man. Miss Martian and Connor Kent. Man, my brain is fried right now because it's like 1 o'clock and it's in the street. But you may wait. I love the end of the season. I love the end of Taco Bell. Then was not defeated. Fans are trying Warlord, which is not good. But we should have season 5. I'm very excited for season 5. If it gets season 5, we need to see immediately. And after the future of the show, I'm excited for the future. I know some critics not like the scene we're not going to bullshit with the scene meeting. It's a great show. The comments going on right now, not talking about don't read more than days. I highly recommend you get this book. Hang out, I'll show you what I mean. Speaking of Thomas Wayne. Well, indeed. Speaking of Thomas Wayne, he's actually back in Flashpoint Beyond. But yeah, I talking about
the gun-toting Batman.
Yep. Hang on. Aha. Yeah, I found it. If you want more Young Justice, I recommend you check this book out. Hang on, I'll show you this. Ta-da.
Oh yeah, I'll check that out. It's on my list.
Yeah.
Because it actually ties into the show, right?
It does. It picks up where Scene Book left off.
Oh.
Yep. It picks up where the other scene left off.
If it's one thing that DC can do well sometimes,
yeah.
It's when you get your collected trades, say for example for the Young Justice, but there's also a Young Justice that is connected to the animated series, which is actually just as fun to read. Yes, they are two separate universes, but overall they are really good to read through, but still really fun. There is actually a new one coming out, which is Young Justice Targets. That has been announced through the solicits.
That's a new one.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to reading through that. Actually, I'd be surprised if when I do get to reading through it, that it might actually show up on some reviews on the channel.
I think
I'm prepared to be that.
Issue 2 going to soon.
Yeah, I'm prepared for like when it comes out in the physical, because I think they're starting it off within the digital and then coming to the physical. And I'm really looking forward to covering it on the channel. Like, is it gonna still be good? Like, still follow what it's done with like the trade paperbacks in relation to the trades in relation to the animated series? I hope it does, because I'd love to review it on the channel. By reviewing it on the channel, it gives me something that I love to read through, and it might lead someone else to actually want to pick it up. Even if they do choose to pick it up in trade later on, at least they know what's out there.
Yeah. But anyway, we do a lot of stuff, like 2 hours, 50. Holy shit, I'm by mode. But
yeah, it's almost 4 hours long.
Yeah, it's almost as long as the Snyder Cut.
Indeed. we keep going about 5 hours, but by the time it'll be 2 o'clock in the morning.
At least it's not the Twiddles cut.
I'm the dude, by the way, that has watched the Snyder Cut 9 times.
Me.
I've only
I went 9 times. I would have been twice.
All right, I'm with you, Tevye. I got you, brother.
Yeah, but, my top 5 this season, great season, and my rating, 5 out of 5. Perfection, A+, great season, great series, great show. And we knew this season. Please, we need to get. I'm not gonna wait 10 years to get the show back. No, I suffered enough for the past decade in order to get the show back. I'm not waiting for 10 years. Oh wait, Jared, what's your rating for the entire season?
I would give it a 5 out of 5 too. It's my favorite season of all of them because it's so. it brought in everything I loved about DC somehow in one show. The New Gods, the Green Lanterns, Superman kicking ass.
Super family.
And it managed to feel like classic Young Justice, even though Wally wasn't there. It was like, oh, okay, this is dope. And I loved how it sort of played with DC continuity with like Cassandra Cain being the reason that Barbara became Oracle. I'm like, oh, that's so good. And
Connor can't meet John.
Yes,
and
my
John
favorite
is uncle.
One of my favorite parts is where it turns out that Lor-Zod is that ass shadow we see where Connor died. That was that's such a great way to tie everything, to tie up all your loose ends. 6 out of 5. That's what I'm gonna give it.
Nice.
A 6 out of 5.
Nice. 6 out of 5. 6 out of 5. And I give it 10 out of 10. Like perfection. A+. Oh, Tanya, what's your rating?
Well, I know I can't quite give it a rating, but by what I'm hearing about it, it's definitely worth a high praise. I know of what I've seen of like some of the scenes online. Yes, it would probably be worth like a 10 out of 10. But seeing that I've not watched it, I'm still actually catching up with the previous season, to which I'm still going to find time and go back to. But by going by what I'm hearing about the series, like from last week into this week, I might just say a 6.5 out of 10. So, in other words, I don't have everything all together yet. So, until I do start that season, all right, there is a good possibility that that rating will change and maybe go up higher later on. So I'll just stick with a 6.5. It does sound interesting. I love hearing about the stuff in relation to the Super Sons as well, because being a Super Sons reader in this time of stuff that's been happening, you're just looking for anywhere just to grab.
Agreed.
And
at the ending,
because we're seriously in a Super Sons drought right now.
Like
DC hates money.
It would break my heart.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we're getting one more Super Sons book. We're getting an anthology book called Bel Rev. With that, I'm only reading that book for the Super Sons story. The Titans book, I don't give a damn about that. But that's one.
Yeah, when that one does turn up, I will probably maybe review some of the stories that are in it, but not all the stories. And yes, I do plan on covering the Super Sons. Because it's just been too long. Like the last thing that we had in relation to the Super Sons was Challenge of the Super Sons, and that was so good.
It was good. Found it. The last Super Sons we're getting Saved by Bel Rev. That's adorable.
I love the covers that they have for this, but there's only 2 covers. One and a variant. If you look at the Redondo one, that's the Redondo one. I think no, not the Redondo. Riley Rosmo one.
That was great.
Even though some people don't like his art, I do actually think he has actually captured some of the characters quite well in this particular cover. And that's the truth, because the way how John is done, Damien's done. Now, if you compare that to the first cover that we see, that one, it feels like it's lacking some depth, like in relation to some of the characters. Yes, even though you can see what characters are in it, it doesn't come off as strong as the Rosmo one.
It looks weird. Yeah, I'm happy.
It feels like it's lacking. Where that one...
This is a charm. This is adorable.
Yeah, this one...
Wally West.
Yeah.
And Cyber, I didn't mean Cyber. Ooh, Kid Devil.
Like, I know when these covers turn up, I can definitely see the variant cover probably get a higher rating than the regular cover that they've got. That they've got.
See if I can even out. We will have it. I want a VPN. I can understand. I agree that. But anyway, we spot anyway because it's 121. Holy shit, I'm buds.
Yeah,
I'm doing myself.
Yeah, and don't forget the 2 Dark Crisis stories.
Okay, read the Flash tie-in. Read that book. That book is amazing. Do not read the Young Justice Target tie-in. Don't bother. You'll break your brain and it'll make you angry and ready.
I've already made my decision that I will be reviewing the Young Justice on the channel.
I can understand that.
The Dark Crisis Young Justice on the channel, because it is connected to the Dark Crisis. It doesn't mean that every issue is going to get a high score. And already with this one, I can already see that, yes, it's not going to get a very high score. But you know what? I'm not worried about it. But of what I've heard already in relation to the Flash one, it is actually a very good tie-in.
Yep. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, with podcast, going to join us for Young Justice Spoiler Discussion Part 2. Gentlemen, where can we find you guys?
You can find me at Jared from Comics. On Comics League on YouTube, and Comics League JT on Twitter, and Comics League 2020. 2020 on Instagram, where we talk about all things Marvel, DC. In fact, we're going to, at one point, I plan on covering the actual Rebirth era Super Sons book on the channel to actually discuss it. And Tavi, you're more than welcome to come on and discuss it.
I'll join that. I'll join that podcast because I'm Jiva Super Sons. I go to
hell
Steam.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I still have to buy the trade, but I will check that out because I want to buy the trade. But so
do yourself a favor. Get the omnibus. Get the expanded omnibus.
Yeah, I'm trying. The omnibus is really expensive, but I would buy it.
Worth it.
I would buy it just to make Tevye jealous.
I actually own the omnibus. I own one omnibus. I don't own the expanded edition.
All right, well, I'm going to try and get the expanded edition then. But anyway, thank you so much for inviting me, Tevye. I had so much fun.
Anytime, man. Yep. And you can follow me usually Tevye Smoker. You can find me on Twitter. Group right there. No, Group is dead for years. Follow me on Twitch. Started is dead. YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter. I don't own an Instagram voter, but yeah, Instagram might be overlaid anyway. So, I want to give a shout out to Pika Shades. Thank you, Pika Shades, for joining us. Tell me where we find you.
All right. You can find me on Tehillim29 on YouTube. On Twitter, it's Tehillim_29. So just a slight difference. And that's how you're able to follow me there. I do have some plans of for the channel, but I'll have to wait until things increase in subscriptions. Because I would like to announce something at 500 subs, but until then, it's just a slow journey to presently 250 subs.
Yeah, usually averages are broken, but
yeah.
Once you pass 100, it goes by like that.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you for joining us, and take care, everybody. This it's probably like 4 and 2 minutes. Damn, we did better Snyder Cut.
All right.
Yeah.
That's some quality content right there.
Anyway, thank you for joining us. Sport Business Gun Podcast Part 2. So we're not discussing on something. I'll find business. Maybe we'll do Sport Business Super and Lois. Or do Sport Business Gun on Harley Quinn, maybe? I don't know, I'll find business. And,
I'm gonna have to see if I can get another Joker's Wild live stream happening too, but I'm not too sure what topic I'll cover it on. Unless I cover it on the topic of what I posted it on recently.
Yeah, that'd be fun. And then join us and take care. See ya.